Good morning. Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the January 14th, 2026 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Benedon, Stebbins, Roy, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners. And before we proceed to commission discussion and votes, there are two items under the commission discussion and vote section. First, the delivery exclusivity report and recommendations. Two, other regulatory considerations if needed. This is in particular to the secret shopper program. Three, commissioners' comments and updates. And so with that initial opening, I'll turn things over to commissioners if they wish to make any comments or updates before we start the proceedings. Commissioner Benedon, would you like to start?
Sure. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's really nice to be back together after what I hope was a happy and relaxing holiday season. I know the team here was working so hard leading into the end of 2025 to enable us as commissioners to accomplish some of our goals. Social consumption, of course, was a very big and public one, but there was so much else that they worked on, other priorities as well. So again, another thank you to staff for that end of year push. I personally took advantage of some of the time that we had between public meetings to really try to get to know the industry here in Massachusetts. And so I want to take a minute to publicly thank some of the people who took time out of their busy days and their busy work schedules to meet with me, to lead me on tours of their facilities, to share their successes, and also to be frank and share some of their struggles, both within the industry as well as with us as the industry regulator. I think it's important for us to get that feedback as well. So in particular, as we prepare to discuss today a possible extension to the delivery exclusivity period for social equity and economic empowerment participants, I was grateful for the opportunity to hear the experiences of a couple of our delivery licensees, Devin Alexander of Rolling Relief and Chris Bevry of Driss. I'm much better informed of the challenges that are inherent to these license types thanks to those conversations. I also had a really fun time meeting with Caroline Frankel of Caroline's Cannabis, another social equity licensee and the first woman-owned adult use dispensary to open in Massachusetts. I was able to see firsthand from multiple of these licensees how the Social Equity Trust Fund, which is administered not through us, but through EOED, how that's provided opportunities for growth for those businesses, how they've used some of the funds that they've received. I'm also appreciative of Sam Woodman and the team at Garden Remedies, who took the time to give me a full tour of their cultivation and product manufacturing facility in Fitchburg, as well as just sit down and talk about the industry, where they see it headed more broadly. And I also had some meetings with other professionals who provide services to licensees or are otherwise involved in the industry, people in advocacy roles, people who provide legal services, other things that in different ways touch upon the industry. So I know this is probably starting to sound like an Academy Awards acceptance speech, but I do want to say that I really am grateful to all the people initially within the commission and all the people outside of the commission in the industry who have taken the time to really help me be as informed as possible. We are making important decisions, not just for the industry, but for all residents and consumers in Massachusetts. And so the more informed I can be, the better we all are. And so I'm really grateful to everybody who has shared their time with me.
Thank you, Commissioner Benedon. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to my colleagues and to staff. And you've been an incredible addition to this board. So, just so grateful that you're here with us. I'll be really brief. I just want to thank Noah Johnson from CapeCodNews.org, who interviewed me yesterday regarding social consumption. They're based out of the Cape, and I know there's been some interest in Provincetown around hosting social consumption sites. During the holidays, and I do want to wish everybody a happy new year, because this is our first public meeting since the new year. I had time to, with the chair, meet with a research licensee and have conversations about what research could look like in Massachusetts. As we all know, we have the best hospitals in the world, the best universities, as we know, and we're poised to be a global leader. We just need some collaboration, coordination, and investment to move cannabis research, medical research forward. I know Dr. Johnson and the chair penned an op-ed that ran in the Boston Globe, laying out that vision for the CCRP, and it was a great piece, very timely. And I want to thank the executive director for his support. I'm also on this working group to get this to the next level. So a lot of opportunity on the horizon for cannabis research in Massachusetts. Also had some really informative conversations around inversion and what's possibly happening out there in the industry. So more to come on inversion. I know the chair is very focused on that as well. And I will have extended comments. I am sponsoring the secret shopper portion of today's agenda, and I will have extensive comments around that when we get to that. So thank you so much for my time today.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Stebbins.
I'll be really brief. I'll have some thoughts and comments tomorrow.
Great, thank you. Let's get to work. The thanks that I want to extend is once again to Mark Melnick from the UMass Donahue Institute for all the hard work that they've done to frankly help us with an extremely tight timeline. I appreciate that. Grant Humiston from the research team, thank you, and other members of the research team as well. But I know you have a time frame that you have to deal with, so I'm just going to let you get right into it, and let's get going so we can meet that timeline.
If I may, through the chair, I'm going to get the presentation kicked off.
Minutes of slides.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought Mark was going to do that. That's my mistake.
Excellent.
I'll just cover this slide quickly. I think the chair mentioned it. We're going to start with delivery exclusivity. There are other things that the commissioners may want to discuss as next steps that is separate on the agenda. But there's a presentation that these folks will give to you all now. If we can go into the presentation.
And if I could also just back up, once again, thanking Mike Baker for leading this process. I didn't do that. Mike Baker worked very closely to make sure that we kept on a very tight timeline, and we literally only have hours to get this to the Secretary of State's office. So I just wanted
Bruno
and Attorney Bruno, but yes,
yeah.
well, she was at the 13th hour. He got us to the 11th hour, but anyway, thank you very much, Attorney Bruno. So thank you very much. Okay, thank you, General Counsel.
To advance the slides.
Next slide, please. All right, thank you. So good morning. Wanted to just piggyback on what the chair just said and extend my thanks to Deputy General Counsel Mike Baker, who led the working group on this project and got us to where we are here today. I'm filling in for him today, but want to acknowledge all the hard work and his leadership throughout this process, as well as the close collaboration that we have had with UMass Donahue, the research team, obviously the rest of the legal department. This has really been a cross collaboration amongst different divisions here at the department, at the commitment, as well as with UMass Donahue. And I want to thank everyone for their very important work and contributions to this effort. I'm going to just kick it off here, set the stage, and kind of lay the groundwork as to how we got here and set up the predicate question here for today. And then we'll kick it over to others for different parts of the presentation. And we'll go through the timeline and next steps and also the work that UMass Donahue has done for us. As far as background goes, as you're aware, in 2021, the Commission established the current regulatory structure for delivery licenses. There are three different types of licenses. There's the marijuana delivery courier, marijuana delivery operator, and microbusiness with delivery endorsement. At the time, these licenses were heralded as a major development and a major advancement in the Commission's commitment to ensuring a meaningful opportunity for participation in the industry by people disproportionately impacted by marijuana prohibition and war on drugs, as well as a major step forward in moving into the regulated market for delivery and moving away from the legacy market. Next slide, please. As far as the exclusivity period that we're talking about here today. The initial regulation established a 3-year exclusivity period for social equity participants and economic empowerment applicants. That period began on April 1st, 2022, when the first delivery operator received its approval to commence operations. And that would have expired as of April 1st, 2025, but the board, pursuant to the reg, did authorize a 12-month extension, which the board voted to do. And so the current expiration date is April 1, 2026. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide here just outlines sets up the threshold question for us and plays to the regs that are at issue. So in CMR 935 CMR 500.050 and 935 CMR 500.5011F, under sub 2, the commission may vote to extend that period following the determination that the goal of the exclusivity period to promote and encourage full participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have previously been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement of the law has not been met. And that is highlighted, and I'll get to that in a second here. Sub 3 reads, the licenses shall generally be available to applicants after the 36-month period, unless the commissioners affirmatively vote to extend the period of exclusivity by a period of 12 months after the first 36-month period. And again, here in italicized, any subsequent extension of the exclusivity period would require that the commission affirmatively to find that the goals and objectives of the exclusivity period have not been met. So the italicized portions here highlight the predicate question before the board here today, which is whether the goals of the exclusivity period have been met or not. And that'll be the subject here of our conversation today. Next slide, please. This slide here outlines the criteria laid out in our regulations that the board must consider in making its decision as to whether or not the goals of the exclusivity period have been met. As you'll see, there are 7 different criteria. G, the last one, is a little bit is a catch-all. But we have commissioned and worked with the Donahue Institute to help us develop criteria to measure each of these factors. And Mr. Melnick will get into that in a short while. Next slide, please. And just as I mentioned at the top, Mike Baker, our Deputy General Counsel, led the working group that was established following the board's vote to extend the period by that 1-year, 12-month extension. The working group was tasked with reviewing the following: the regulatory and economic factors, gathering stakeholder and industry feedback, analyzing market performance and licensing data, developing policy recommendations, and evaluating the impact of the delivery exclusivity period. As I mentioned, we have worked with and collaborated with UMass Donahue Institute to help us with this work, and as well as the research department. So that kind of frames where we are here today. And I'm going to turn it over to Graylin Humiston here to tell us a little bit more about the collaboration with the Donahue Institute.
Thanks, Graylin.
Thank you. Okay.
Please, thank you.
All right, so thank you. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. So now I will give you an overview of our collaboration with the University of Massachusetts Donahue Institute to complete this project. Next slide, please. So the University of Massachusetts Donahue Institute is a nationally renowned research center. They are well known and well respected for their work on both economic and disparity-related evaluations in Massachusetts. We collaborated with the Donahue Institute's Economic and Public Policy Research, or EPPR group, which is directed by Dr. Mark Melnick, who's here with us today, to complete the delivery exclusivity project. The Institute's EPPR group provides clients in Massachusetts with partial analyses on economic and other policy matters. Since 2003, EPPR has been the officially designated state data center for Massachusetts and serves as the state's liaison to the Population Division of the U.S. Census Bureau. Additionally, EPPR produces Mass Benchmarks, an economic journal that presents timely information on the performance and strategic direction of the Massachusetts economy. The Commission previously worked with the EPPR group to conduct the 2021 study identifying disproportionately impacted areas by drug prohibition in Massachusetts. So we partnered with Donohue's EPPR group again for the Delivery Exclusivity Project so that we could do this work rigorously and thoroughly within our limited time frame and resources. This partnership allowed us to provide a reliable and informative final report with recommendations from this trusted and highly respected institute that the board can now consider in making your decision on the exclusivity policy. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we have a research responsibilities matrix that summarizes the work done on this project by Commission staff and the Donahue team. So while the Donahue team was ultimately responsible for producing the final report and arrived at their own conclusions and recommendations, this project was a collaboration between our staff and their team. So the first four categories here cover the qualitative analyses, which involved more of a mix of work between the teams. For the regulation review, Commission staff, particularly the legal and government affairs and policy teams, did the initial legwork, including extracting the data, and the Donahue team interpreted the data and its implications on the exclusivity policy. For the licensee and applicant survey, the Donahue team came up with the questions and designed the survey structure, and then we worked together to fine-tune it. And I built the survey in our FormStack software and worked with our communications team to disseminate it to the responsible applicants and licensees. For the 7 key stakeholder interviews and the co-staff focus group, the Donahue team came up with the questions and finalized them with some feedback from the working group. Commission staff then initiated the outreach and assisted with scheduling, and the Donahue team carried out the interviews and focus group. The analysis of public comments and meeting minutes was initially planned to be carried out by the Donahue team, but due to budgetary constraints, the working group, primarily Dr. Sarkis, ended up completing this task so that we could reduce the cost of the project. We then provided the results of the analysis to the Donahue team to consider in creating their final report. So the final category in this matrix is the quantitative analyses of administrative industry data. Here, Dr. Sarkis did an enormous amount of work to extract data from Metric and Mass CIP, then clean it and link different data sets, anonymize them where necessary, and document all steps. Then we provided this data to the Donahue team, who carried out their own plan analyses. Next slide, please. So now I'll turn it over to Dr. Mark Melnick to present Donahue's work and their conclusions and recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you, Carolyn. Good morning, everybody. Mark Melnick. I direct economic and public policy research at the Donahue Institute. First, I want to thank the chair and the commissioners for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I also wanted to do my own version of the Academy Awards speech where I thank a few other folks. While I'm giving this presentation today, it's really the work of a lot of people who contributed to this. I wanted to first acknowledge the staff from the Cannabis Control Commission. This project could not have been completed on the timeline that we did without the professionalism and support from various members of the staff and the commission. They should be commended for that. Separate from that is I wanted to thank my team who did a lot of the work on the 2 phases of this research. Most of which are on the Zoom right now, or excuse me, the Teams meeting right now. Becky Loveland, Ember Kane Lee, Jacob Harrington, Cassie Breest, and Kevin Fagundo. They worked on this project over the course of 2 phases through the summer and the fall. So anything you don't like about this presentation is me. Anything you do like is the work of people across 2 different organizations, and I thank them for helping get me ready for today's presentation. Secondly, about the presentation, the report itself is 110 pages, and so what I'm going to be doing today is giving an overview of the results and our conclusions, and then also some sampling of data that led us to those conclusions, but it was not possible, obviously, to give a presentation that wasn't a bludgeoning, that didn't take a summary of some of those things, right? So during the Q&A, I'm happy to answer any questions and also turn to any members of my team who are remote to answer any of the particulars in the body of the research. So now getting into the information on the slides. Over the summer and the fall of this year, UMDI supported the delivery exclusivity working group in a two-phase project. Phase one, which the work we did in the first part of the summer, was actually one of the unique things about this project, because we were in a sense doing a retroactive program evaluation for delivery exclusivity. But we needed to, before we built the structure of a research project, needed to define, okay, well, what are the goals? What are people thinking? What were people thinking about when they built this program? And what's the condition of the data, so that we're able to take those two things together and do an assessment from there. So phase one was focusing on defining the goals of the exclusivity period and the criteria for success in that program, and then evaluating the existing data and determine from there what kind of methodology and analysis plan we would use for the project, and that was wrapped up at the end of the summer, early part of September. Phase two was the actual analysis that we did, which focused on evaluating the goals of phase one, collecting and analyzing data from the commission, the social equity trust fund data, various forms of qualitative data, and including the survey, and then writing an assessment based on our findings and developing some recommendations. So in a lot of cases, I think the way that we think about these recommendations is a triangulation of several different data sources, right? Because we're taking secondary data that you guys were collecting all along, but then we were supplementing it through qualitative data from talking with different folks, as well as benchmarking it against other kinds of industry trends that we were able to get our hands on. Next slide, please. So in terms of the summary of the project, we completed an external assessment of the delivery exclusivity period using both qualitative and quantitative data to evaluate the period and benchmark its impact, identify structural barriers and issues that impede business feasibility, and reach conclusions on the policy extension and provide recommendations about the program and industry interventions. In terms of key takeaways, the program has had admirable goals, and has made meaningful progress towards those goals as outlined by the Cannabis Control Commission leaders that from our conversations in phase one. But generally speaking, our conclusion is that the program itself has not met its overall goals. Importantly, we identified a number of structural impediments that licensees and potential licensees face in the marketplace, which editorializing for a moment was what I think some of the most interesting stuff from my perspective, and learning about just where some of the challenges were for businesses working under the exclusivity period. We ultimately recommend an extension to allow the program to continue to mature, interventions to be realized, and businesses to be stabilized. At the same time, we recommend continued consideration from CCC to remove structural barriers to maximize the effectiveness of the program. Our ultimate recommendations recommended a 5 to 7 year extension period. I'll talk more about that in the context of the presentation. Importantly, though, and I want to underscore, and I'll underscore in a number of places throughout this conversation today, is that the number of years is somewhat arbitrary in the sense that it's a necessary condition, but it's not sufficient to success of the program. Importantly, from our perspective, is the combination of the program needs more time, but the program needs more time to with changes to some of the structural environment that the program operates in. So that time period could be different, but we see a need for maturation of this program, especially when it relates to taking over a year for licensees before they're ever actually able to operate as a delivery provider. So I'll talk more about that deeper in the presentation. Next slide, please. Okay, so this next graphic here just walks through the different parts of phase one. There was the internal data evaluation and discovery. It's basically looking at data that the commission already had and trying to understand, well, what can be measured here? What can't be measured here? We did a variety of key stakeholder interviews, most importantly with all former and current commissioners to understand their view and thinking of the program. We did a regulation review and content analysis, including comments from public meetings, and then from there developed our analysis plan. Next slide, please. So summary from phase one, we have three main lead ups and then the overall takeaway. First, from the one-on-one interviews with past and current commissioners, these conversations revealed a lack of clear measurable goals to evaluate success, structural and support limitations within the commission, and insufficient training and mentorship for equity licensees. The focus groups that we did with the commission's equity programming and community outreach staff highlighted persistent structural and financial barriers that participants face in establishing viable cannabis businesses. And the analysis of feedback given from public comments strongly favored continuing to protect the delivery exclusivity period. The result of phase one was developing an analysis plan for that A through G list of criteria that was presented at the beginning of this part of the meeting. And using insights from key informant interviews and review of data, we created a methodology for evaluating the goals and benchmark the industry in places where we could. Next slide, please. And then for phase two, and then after that is where phase two begins. So we did a quantitative data analysis, group interviews with equity programming staff, the delivery exclusivity survey with applicants and licensees that Graylin mentioned a bit ago, and continued looking at regulation review and public feedback that ultimately led to the report we're talking about. Next slide, please. So these are the 7 goals that were being evaluated in this project. We had, and from our assessment, most of the goals we included were partially met, with a couple of goals that were not met at all. So for goal 1, overall rates of participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have previously been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement of law. Goal 2, overall rates of participation in the regulated marijuana industry for people of color. Goal C, licenses granted to businesses with majority ownership comprised of economic empowerment priority applicants and social equity program participants. Goal D, number of registered agents who are social equity program participants. E, number of delivery licensees in operation and business performance relative to other marijuana establishments. Goal F, financial feasibility of continued participation in the regulated marijuana industry by communities that have previously been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement. And goal G, any other information the commission determined relevant. So those first 4 we saw as representation and participation of the industry metrics. The others were around business performance, business feasibility, and broader policy impacts. We saw that in E and F, the number of licensees and the financial feasibility, those goals were not met. And then with the others, we saw instances of data that pointed to significant success in some areas and then less so in others. As I mentioned before, next slide, please. This analysis really is a triangulation of different types of data sources. So there are several different data points that we were considering while we were looking at each goal that led to us a conclusion of partially met or not met. Next slide, please. Okay, great, thanks. Sorry about that. So on goal A, participation rate for communities harmed by prohibition. Businesses in disproportionately impacted areas have achieved full participation in the cannabis industry, though there are challenges in the application pipeline for cannabis businesses located in these areas. We gave a not partially met conclusion based on 5 main takeaways. Delivery couriers and operators are geographically well represented in areas of disproportionate impact relative to non-cannabis businesses. Delivery license types are also more likely to be in DIA areas compared to other cannabis license types, such as marijuana retailers. So those were partially met. In terms of not met, delivery businesses and DIAs take longer to receive licensure and to commence operations. And delivery licensees and DIAs are more likely to remain in the pre-revenue stage of business formation compared to delivery licensees outside of DIAs. So in that sense, the goals were not met. Then lastly, the social equity trust fund is proportionally more likely to fund delivery businesses and DIAs compared to other areas. In contrast, marijuana retailers located in DIAs are no more likely to receive trust fund grants than marijuana retailers located outside.
Can I get you to repeat that and explain that? Because I'm just, could you say that again? Because I'm.
Which one was the last one?
The one you just met, the partially met.
Yeah, so on the Cannabis Social Equity Trust Fund is proportionately more likely to fund delivery businesses in DIAs compared to other areas. In contrast, marijuana retailers located in DIAs are no more likely to receive, okay, and I think.
So
that
what you're saying is
the
deliveries get the money, but the
not the
retailers
retailers.
don't.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thanks for clarifying that.
I don't want to slow us down, but I just have on one of the not mets.
Yeah.
The first not met, it said delivery businesses and DIAs take longer to receive licensure and to commence operations compared to delivery businesses in other parts of the state. So this is an exclusive license type. So you're saying that the cannabis delivery, like, I don't know, understand what that means. I mean, in the western
And
part
I
of the
hate to
state.
say this, but there's so much that we're going through here. I hope you don't, I know we'd like to get to the end,
Yeah.
but I
Okay, yeah. we
is
can
that
ask
okay?
questions.
Because I'd like to ask questions at the end, but as I'm going here, I don't want, my mini brain here, I don't want to lose track of
Sure,
what
sure.
my question in the moment.
Commissioner Roy, we're, the next, I have two graphics in that address that data point, so I think.
Yeah, all
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. Right, so this is one of the first data points that assessed this. So this is looking at, was essentially a concentration rate of different types of businesses, of courier and delivery businesses and marijuana retailers against benchmarked against other type of parts of the retail sector. So what we see here in instances where, and we're comparing the disproportionately impacted areas in the different regions of the state. What we find here is that we actually have a pretty strong concentration of business formations, both courier, operator, and retailer, as it relates to cannabis in general. So in that sense, we say, okay, well, we're partially meeting this goal because we're seeing really strong concentrations of businesses in these areas. Next slide, please. Now, to Commissioner Roy's point from just a moment ago, this graphic looks at the average number of days between approval steps by license types for areas of disproportionate impact. So on the left, we're looking at disproportionately impacted areas, and on the right, we're looking at all other areas. The observation that we were making is that businesses and DIAs have longer application timelines compared to those outside of DIAs. Though delivery businesses have shorter timelines compared to retailers. So what we're showing here is that it's taking longer for these businesses to get operational in DIAs.
And are you looking at causation? No, it's interesting. We've actually had a couple of social equity entrepreneurs at the trying to get provisional licenses. And in particular, have noted that there have been, with the passage of Chapter 180 and some of the changes made to the HCAs, that there are communities that are willing to work with these applicants, but not burden them with excessive rent, because current regulations, and I thank Erica Bruno, or Attorney Bruno, for walking me through some of this. And again, I sort of knew some of this, but we're going to probably have to make some regulatory changes because that's a huge, I mean, never mind the money coming in from the fund, but that is a huge barrier. So that's, one of the things that I think we will be addressing. And so is that, do you know why? Do we ever ask the question, why? Is it because current regulations require applicants, in the provisional phase to basically have a lease or own something or have when I had previously, shortly worked in the cannabis industry, I partnered with a farmer. The farmer's contribution to the business was the land. So we didn't have to worry about the land or the having it because we had an interest in it. Certainly we're going to have to do a lot of other things to make it functional, but when you have someone going into a different area and that our regulations are requiring that they have a lease or they have an agreement to purchase or something like that, that requires them, to not only gather the revenue, the investments that they need to make this happen, and also limited by the social equity program
Right.
itself. We're sort of like telling them, you've got to spend this money up front, but to be in the social equity program, you have limitations. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out is the why, because unless we figure out the why, which can color some of our, changes that we're making to red tape removal,
Right.
That's something I still don't have my arms wrapped around.
Yeah, and I know that later in the report, we addressed some of the structural barriers that have been in place that stop businesses from being able to get into operation quickly. Every detail of where the red tape lives was not a part of the larger part of the study, but I think one of the things that stood out to our team as we were doing this work is that this was always intended to be a low barrier of entry access point for small businesses, especially ones that presumably had a modest capital investment. And what we were finding was that, well, comparatively, it may be a lower barrier of entry. It's not no barrier of entry,
Right.
and there ends up being significant places. One of the things that came up often was around the host community agreements, and the challenge with doing these as onesies and twosies, where you're talking with individual towns, right? So, but I think that
But
obviously,
if I can also comment, and this is for maybe our newest commissioner, is understanding, having again been in the industry briefly myself, working with the city of Greenfield, and their zoning laws only allowed for craft cooperative licenses in some of these rural zoned areas. But the fact is, I don't even think we have any craft cooperative licenses because there are significant limitations. And frankly, it doesn't make a lot of sense. The folks who actually drafted that originally probably have never, tipped a cow as I have growing up. And so didn't necessarily understand it. So one of the things that we had to do was work with the city of Greenfield to get them to change their zoning regulations to make it more friendly for farmers and agricultural interests. But the other thing is micro business. We also have had regulations in place, and I know Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins have been very interested in this because we created regulations to allow that lower barrier to entry, but also we then handcuff them to not be able to sell, to grow, so these are some of the things that I understand the great work that you've done, and this is not a criticism, but I'm trying to figure out from our perspective, the whys and the impact and what can we do moving forward. So this is a very important point for me that you.
Yeah, and I think, and I'll jump to Commissioner Roy in 1 second, but I think that's, frankly, I think it requires further analysis from you guys as well, is that, when this project started for us, I didn't have any priors on what the structural barriers might be for the business owners. And then as that started coming through, I'm like, oh, wow. One, it's really interesting because, often is, and you guys all know this from the work that you do and work you've been doing your whole careers, but I often refer to public policy as the art of trying to make the world as you wish it to be. Mm-hmm. And so you put certain mechanisms in place to get to an outcome. Do you get to the outcome you want, or what things end up presenting themselves after you made whatever intervention? You're like, oh, right, and like what seems like a modest cost, having your own car, is a cost nonetheless. And so these are things that, and again, if we are tailoring a program specifically to populations that may have been disproportionately impacted, from drug prohibition or whatever other social issues you're considering, that combination of things. And then similarly in Massachusetts with, I talk about this a lot when I talk about housing, is that we talk about having a statewide housing problem, sure, but we negotiate housing with 351 different locations with 351 different sets of rules, and zoning having such an important element of that. And you see that instantly when you start talking about some of the innards of how, what kinds of businesses can locate in what kinds of places, right? So, and I don't suspect that these were things that were necessarily on your guys' minds 3 or 4 years ago when this policy was being put into place, but obviously presents themselves later when you're actually watching it operate. Commissioner Roy, you were very
Yeah.
patient.
So I have questions about the X and the Y axis
Yeah.
on this. And so if you could walk us through the X and the Y axis, but just myself trying to digest this. So looks like retailers, whether you're in a DIA or another area, that remained pretty consistent from average days for approval in each cohort, in each side of that chart. But it seems like the discrepancy is when the average days of submitted for approval, it means that's pretty consistent. And then the average days to commence operation. So can you just walk us through like the X axis, the Y and the X axis?
Sure. So
You may or may not have background information, so.
but vertically, what we're looking at here is just the number of days that it takes for approval, right? So then in the first column, it's days from submission to approval. And so there is I would argue, a significant difference between the retail on the left and the right, and we're talking like 200 days difference, or no, I take that back, 125-ish.
Yeah.
Right, and then similarly, and I think you're seeing a similar pattern when it comes to the couriers and the retailers. Now, on the commencing operations, yeah, the retail, it looks basically the same at that point, but we do see that difference for the couriers. So I think the main thing that we were trying to highlight here is one of the elements of exclusivity. One of the important things of exclusivity is time being of the essence, right? You have the opportunity to be the only game in town. And so what we were finding, and this is an observation I make at the end of the presentation, is that you would have businesses that had over a year to getting to making money in a program that was only approved for 3 years. So there was a very short window to actually be generating revenue for some of these businesses. So so ways in which you can compress this timeline. I mean, obviously that's a goal for government no matter what, is like, how do we get businesses operational? And there's some elements of this that it needs to be there. But as we talk about the success in opening the store for folks, it was obviously taking longer.
All right.
Oh, are there dots missing on so in other words, the average on the right, all other areas, you see the average, the range of days from submitted to approval. So you see a courier, a delivery operator, and a retailer, but it's.
The missing dots are layered on each other.
I
Yeah.
couldn't tell that.
I'm sorry.
See it on the screen there.
Oh, that's very helpful.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you definitely
That's
can't
why
see
I was like having a
And
disconnect.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
it's
didn't
my
realize
fault.
that was what your question was. Like,
No, I had multiple
questions.
So all of those dots are layered on top.
They're layered on each other, yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
and you can kind of see like the eclipse of the yellow over the green. I think
You
that's
can
what
on the
they are.
screen, you can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
That's helpful.
I have an eye test tomorrow. I can still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna ace it.
Yeah. Well, these contacts they're bifocal contacts, but didn't even know were real. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, I need you back. All right, so for goal B, this is participation rates by people of color. People of color are represented in the cannabis industry and among delivery licenses, though many still face barriers when opening non-delivery businesses. In terms of the partially met data points we saw, there's a higher participation in the cannabis industry among people of color for delivery license types compared with all other license types and compared to business ownership rates for people of color in the state. Another partially met goal, delivery businesses that are majority owned by people of color spend less time in the approval process and can therefore commence operation quicker. And majority of people of color owned delivery licenses are more likely to be in the commence operation stage as compared to all other delivery licenses. So those all are pointing towards success. Not met, the benefits of the delivery exclusivity policy, however, are not fully shared outside of the delivery license types, and people of color seem to still face barriers when opening businesses in the cannabis industry. So on the next graphic, has a lot of numbers on it, but I think the thing I wanted to draw your guys' attention most to is that darkest green section of the tables, which is looking at, so just to orient here, we have different kinds of licensees We have our agents, persons with authority within businesses, owners, and licenses. We have the counts of people of color in the left-hand side of each one of those splits, and then the percent people of color. So the part I wanted to draw your guys' attention to is the darkest green squares, where we see for marijuana couriers and marijuana delivery operators, a relatively high percentage of folks who are people of color in those spaces. Now, as an industry overall, we actually see pretty good participation for folks of color. Comparatively in Massachusetts, about 17% of our workforce are people of color. And we see across the different category types here, numbers that generally exceed that 17% threshold. But importantly, we see particular strength as it relates to delivery. The percentage of folks of color in other categories is lower. So again, the delivery program has done well with bringing in folks of color, but again, is a smaller part of the overall industry. But as an industry, we're seeing good participation for people of color. Next slide, please. All right, another one of those dots, and we do have a staffing on the left, but a number of days between approval steps by license type for business owners of color. So we see that some lengthened time for business owners of color opening marijuana retail shops, but the actual courier and delivery operators are actually comparatively less than all other license types. So that's a good sign. But then on the commencing operations, that is also relatively lower. Next slide, please.
Commissioner Wright?
So is this relative to all license types and all like applicants, general applicants? So they're getting through the pipeline quicker than what was the universe? Was it?
It's all license types, but then we're splitting them courier, delivery operator, and retail.
And so it demonstrably shows they're getting through the pipeline quicker than general applicants.
That's right, yes. Except in the retail space. So, yeah.
But yeah, we're expecting delivery
Of
today,
course.
so just for today's argument. Thank you.
For goals, goal C, which is participation by licensees with from the EEA and SEP ownerships. This goal is partially met. However, survey respondents across various delivery license types report difficult conditions in acquiring a license. In terms of partially met, 30% of licenses are owned by EEA and SEP participants, driven largely by delivery license types. But nearly all respondents to the survey reported that the process of getting a license to be difficult or extremely difficult and reported facing barriers such as unaffordable startup costs, followed by lack of financing options and too much paperwork.
Commissioner Wright?
Dr. Bond, did we interview any general applicants, or we just interviewed, like, was the interviewees just?
So for the survey was all
So we
delivery.
didn't survey then any general
No,
applicants?
no.
Okay.
But yeah, but there was other data points from interviews with folks from within the Cannabis Commission who gave perspectives about the equity program. And then obviously public comments may include folks who were inside or outside of the program.
Okay.
Commissioner Wright? Yeah, I'm watching here.
Because one of the original, earlier slides, it said part of it was to interview stakeholders and industry people. So that's why I asked, did we interview did we get any input from general applicants? Did we survey any general applicants? Did we talk to any?
So hold on one second. Hey Becky, tell me about the interview. Tell me about interviewing any general applicants. Can you hop in there?
Becky, are you,
Or Jacob or Cassie?
I can't. Yeah, anybody from the Donahue team who's on participating remotely? Can we help with that?
We did not interview any general applicants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Becky. Okay, next
If I
slide.
may,
Commissioner Benedon.
that 30% of licenses owned by EEA and SEP participants, that refers to all license types, right? 30% of all license types. And the,
On the partially met section there.
yeah, the one that's on the screen.
Yes, because it's largely driven by delivery.
With the delivery operator should be 100%.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yes, and that's in analyzing secondary data that you guys have, right? Versus the survey, which was collected.
Licenses, does that include just commence operations, or does that universe include, because we got a lot of folks who've been
In the pipeline,
EEA, SEP stuck right in that part, and so that could skew the 30, because I don't think it's 30. I don't think it's 30.
All right, I'm gonna do a phone friend again.
I know, we're getting real granular on, yeah, I know. Thank you.
Yeah, this is just really for clarity. I mean, I
Yeah.
understand it's
I think
a
that's-
question. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. That
It
number
doesn't
seemed
make
kind of
sense.
high.
Hi, everyone. Jacob Harrington here from Donahue Institute. I believe for that point, we looked at licenses with final licensure, of which some have reached commence operations, but we looked at the ones that have been awarded final licensure for that 30% number.
So just to clarify, there were no provisional licensees that are included in that number?
That is correct.
Thank you.
That's helpful, thank you.
I think
Commissioner Benedon?
on this particular goal, goal C, I think going back to my question about, because all of our delivery licenses should be EEA or SEP participants, and this goal is stated as licenses granted to businesses with majority ownership comprised of economic empowerment, priority, and social equity. And that is 100% because it has to be 100%. I guess I'm asking why this goal is listed as partially met and not fully met, when kind of by definition, the goal has to be met. And I'm wondering if there are just other facets of this goal
Yeah, I think
considering.
for our team, part of the rationale there is yeah, that's a great observation. I think for us, it was really bringing in some of that feedback on the challenges in getting a business operational and some of those costs, but perhaps wasn't and around the difficulty in getting licenses. But yes, admittedly, it is the way the language is written. It's mainly isn't, but I think that the difficulty is the factor there.
Commissioner Roy?
I think if the goal was to achieve commence operations, and you have a lot of folks maybe stuck in final, that could maybe portend itself if it was that way to it's not met. But you're right.
Thank you. Thanks for raising that point. Thank you.
All right, next slide, please. This is related to Goal D, registered agents in the social equity program. This goal is partially met. SEP participation is increasing, though people of color are less likely to have active SEP licenses. So on the partially met, except for a lull in 21 and 22, SEP participation has steadily increased since the program was introduced. And the majority of SEP participants are people of color. However, people of color have a slightly lower proportion of active SEP licenses compared to other participants. Next slide.
And this must have killed our printers.
The next graphic just shows the cumulative number of SEP participants between 2019 and 2024.
And could we move that slide forward on the screen so the folks watching at home can see this? And then we'll see why that was a very funny joke. And the next slide, that's got the big black mountain there. Anyway, that's okay. That's fine.
Well, we can move it anyway.
Yeah.
So
No.
We may be- There we go.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think that's the long, we can go to the legislature and ask for an increase in our budget just for the equal amount, but anyway, thank you.
Okay.
And this is obviously a source of pride for the commission to have had this many people move through this program. So this is a pretty impressive number. So thank you, Commissioner Roy.
So my understanding is we've had 1,000 folks go through the SCP program. So if I'm reading this right, they are registered. There's a 1,101. Are they registered agents?
They're participants in the program. I'm not.
Remember, this is just people going through the program.
So they're not,
And so
they're not
people-
necessarily.
No, but I mean, I remember, Director Williams basically saying, not everybody is meant to be a licensee. And so, and that's also why a lot of this stuff also, you have to be a social equity, qualified to go through this training and to be basically given the gold star in your head that you are a social equity or an EDA applicant. But that doesn't necessarily correlate. And that's the problem, is that we've had 1,000 people go through the program. But in terms of what we're actually getting people to commence operations is a significant gap.
So I'm having a hard time. So underneath it says Goldie registered agents in the SCP program. And so this is just the number of people that went through. So what's the answer? How many registered agents are there from the SCP?
That is.
I think that, well,
No.
I think that doesn't necessarily correlate. I think you're raising a good point.
So how do we know it's not met? Because all we know is the number of people that have gone through SCP, but the goal is registered agents that went through SCP, but I don't see the answer to that.
Why don't we put a pin in this? And then maybe someone on your team or someone on the research team, and we can keep
Yeah.
going.
Right.
And then we can come back to this.
Because I don't know if it's partially met or met.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is I think you raise a good point, and I think that there might be some misinterpretation there, but anyway, let's keep going and let's see, Graylin, if you can just raise your hand, or somebody, if you can, just see if we can determine how that was presented to the John Q Institute. Thank you. Thank you.
Next slide, please.
Excuse me, Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before we get too far ahead, just to answer Commissioner Benedon's question with respect to Goal C, I just wanted to bring us back to the criteria for that, because I think it helps inform that slide. So the criteria for C was that the commission shall consider is licenses granted to businesses with majority ownership comprised of EPA or SEP participants. So I think the idea behind that was to consider the license itself, the licensing process as a whole, and that is why the Donahue Institute took a look at the difficulties and the barriers through the licensing process, in addition to the percentage, of course, the 100% category there, but just to clarify the ability of the commission to consider those barriers through the licensing process.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
But an argument can be made, those barriers, a lot of them apply to general applicants too, a lengthy application process. You know what I mean? A lot of those, when we had our 2x2s, I'm like, a lot of these apply to general, a lot of these barriers apply to the entire industry, a lot of it because of federal illegality.
Those are certainly considerations
Yeah.
for the commission. I just wanted to clarify what the commission is able to consider by
Right.
that criteria and why that information was.
And again, just echoing what Commissioner Ryan, I'll get you Commissioner Bennett, but echoing what Commissioner Roy said, the reason that we've had to hire the Donahue Institute is because internally, we had several years that we were supposed to be doing this.
Yeah.
And this has to stand up to potential legal scrutiny. And so that is a good question. Those are, excellent points. Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah, what I was going to say, I think is very similar to what you just said. It's that there were many goals of the program, and it's clear that overall they have not, as a group, been met. I just want to make sure, because our authority to extend this program, and I think there's a lot of support for extending the program, but our authority to extend is only if we do find that the goals have not been met. So I just want to make sure that if we vote that they have not been met, we're really doing it based on good data that would stand up to challenge. So it's not that I personally disagree that the goals have not been met. I just want to make sure that we're not overstating
Sure.
our case so that a decision that we make is rock solid.
And I am not speaking for you, but I think I'm echoing what you're saying. And this is not questioning the quality of the work that's
Yeah.
been done.
Not at all.
It is ensuring that we have given you the right inputs
Yeah.
to make sure that you're giving us the cause of action, if you will, to be able to do this, but also to make these determinations, because we have seen where there have been some lawsuits that have challenged social equity exclusivity, I think in
A
Cambridge.
second
you know, that-
circuit,
Yeah,
really.
yeah, and that's another issue that we
Yeah.
have to be concerned about.
Yeah,
Commissioner Wright.
and I want to echo, because you're right, because this needs to stand up to legal challenge, and this can, we may all want this and pulling for this, but it can't be emotionally based. We have to put emotion aside, and we have to rely on solid, concrete data, and that's why I'm asking all these questions too, and I agree with all the questions and the points that you've raised.
Just.
Hold on, Commissioner Bennett on his one more question.
Yeah, and I would rather say and feel really comfortable saying it that 5 out of the 7 goals were not met, but 2 were,
Yeah.
than saying none of them were met. And then it opens it up to criticism. So I just want to make sure, and that's why I'm asking these questions,
Yeah.
not because we have a problem with anything you do, but it's just making sure that everybody out there who might be considering this or might disagree with any decision we ultimately make understands that we really are considering this and we're being honest and truthful about what the data shows when we make our decision. So
Commissioner Wright?
And, you know, we don't want to open ourselves up to exposure, because in speaking with general applicants, a lot of them would like to deliver their own product. They want to do this. So this needs to, you know, pass all muster, and right, we can't just say none of them were met. If some were pretty much met, because you have a pool of general applicants that would love to be able to get into this license type. So we need to be able to justify why we're not letting them in.
And I also think that we need to be considering, because we're working on some of this red tape removal, and one of the issues that you raised when we were doing social consumption is talking about partnerships and
joint
that,
ventures.
and joint ventures. And that, you know, that may be one of the solutions, the impact. What can we do to take this research and then turn it into action? Because we could extend this into infinity, yet still not make the kind of progress that we want to make. And I have heard from, frankly, a number of legislators, you know, at the State House saying, you know, we want to make sure this is successful. We want to make sure that we are especially, you know, addressing communities of color, but making sure that, you know, just extending the time frame does not fix it. We have to be the ones who fix the programs.
And that's why I asked earlier if we interviewed did we talk to any general applicants? We didn't, like, that's why I asked this question, because I'm sure they're watching this to make sure, you know, that we can substantiate what we're going to vote on. And so, we didn't interview any general applicants. So I just,
And I don't want to do this now. I want to let you continue to walk through, but I may want to talk about the scope and how we drafted the scope.
And maybe we need to have a public hearing for general applicants. I don't know, you know, I'm just saying, I don't know if we have time for that.
But may I,
Yeah, Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So obviously throughout this process, and after the Q&A, and you're comfortable that you have all the information you need from the Mastani team and research, we'll obviously get into the regulation. If you're going to extend, there'll be a regulatory process that Attorney Bruno and General Counsel will review with you. Obviously through that process of promulgating regs, there would be formal comment period.
Here, those folks. Yep.
Under an extremely tight deadline.
That is correct.
So that's
true.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, is that I know how much work that Attorney Bruno has taken on, and, you know, we're now potentially putting some other things on her plate. So we don't have any choice. We don't have the ability to kick this down the road again. So anyway, thank you.
2 thoughts there. On the interviews point, it's a very fair point. There was a limit to the number of interviews because of budget and timeline. So that did compress some of the things that we were doing there. On the agents, some language in the report for SEP agents. It's difficult to determine exactly how many SEP agents work for the various license types. However, there are a significant number of agent applicants where the field for SEP participation is blank, i.e. either yes or no. UMDI recommends that
Meaning that people don't have to self-identify.
or they didn't.
So they did.
This.
Yeah, okay.
UMDI recommends that the commission develops a data set that can link the list of SEP participants with existing lists of registered agents, and that comes in at one
So
of the
then we
later
don't know if
observations.
we need it, because we don't have accurate
Right.
data, so.
Right. Okay, next one is on goal E, the delivery licensee operations and performance versus other establishments. Macroeconomic conditions in the cannabis market and in the wider economy have deteriorated in recent years, and in combination with geographic restrictions on marijuana business operations have negatively impacted business performance of delivery and brick and mortar dispensaries. So in terms of not met, the rate of delivery business formations are much lower for delivery business compared to cannabis retail businesses. Partially met, sales growth has been positive for delivery operators over the past several years, but couriers and retailers have seen stagnant sales over the same time period. Not met, business costs have increased over the past 5 years for retailers and transportation logistics businesses across the U.S. So as a function of inflation and tariffs and so on. At the same time, marijuana product prices in Massachusetts have fallen since legalization, reducing profit margins and threatening business performance. Not met, only 59% of towns in municipalities in the state allow delivery, limiting the market. And not met, average sales per establishment have been in decline virtually since the beginning of legal cannabis market.
I'm just raise a question with the general counsel. Are either the House or the Senate, and I know that the conference committee is meeting right now, do either the House or the Senate address this issue on allowing delivery in the no-to towns?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But Madam Chair,
Executive Director.
believe, and I think obviously they have to work it out, but some of the language would basically try to switch from an opt-in for delivery to an opt-out with like a 2-year phasing. That's some of the draft language.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Roy?
So for the first bullet, the not met, the rates of delivery business formation are lower for delivery businesses compared to retailers. So one could, that cuts both ways. So if there were too many, if that kept up the rate of delivery formations with retailers, and there'd be too many delivery operators,
Right.
and they would all lose. And so one would argue, we hear it all the time, there's too many retail out there. There's one in every corner, which oversaturation of retail. So I don't know if that's not met, because I think you can sat these delivery operators in the room and you'd say, do you want to triple your competition? I think most of them would say no. So.
Sure.
And we have also heard from some folks who
That don't want anybody.
testified
Right.
regarding the other excellent study that you did, that they don't want us to increase the amount of competition or expanding disproportionately impacted areas, because they don't want to have to compete for the funds. And so this is also one of the things that I'm trying to understand in terms of what we can do to actually meet the goals of the mission of social equity on both the economic development opportunities side, but also on the other side of economic of social equity, which is making sure that people have access to product, whether it's medical or other patients. And some of those issues are going to be addressed either by legislation or by some of the regulations that we're doing right now. Commissioner Roy?
And does this have to be binary, like not met? Well, no, it's not binary, because you have not met, partially met, or met. So I wonder if there's like another bucket that, like,
Give me a word.
determines, I don't know, like, I think the first one is
We're
like
still not enough.
not met, but I don't
enough-
think the
Not
delivery,
enough data.
not enough debt. Yeah, that would be another option for us as a board to say, well, not enough debt, like on the registered agents, we don't have enough data to clearly
Well, and I
assess.
think one of the challenges with this particular observation is that a lot of it is driven by market forces that are, one, lives outside of the industry itself, but then also in a relatively new industry. It's like, what is the, there's a certain amount of capitalism does what it does, right? Where it's like, if you oversaturate a marketplace, then naturally you're going to see changes in pricing and so on. One of the things that stands out to me is that, like, yeah, if you bring too much competition into the delivery space, then like, yeah, other licensees are going to be like, well, you're encroaching on our opportunity to make money. On the other hand, it seems like an underutilized asset as well, because the amount of sales that we see through delivery is pretty modest. And frankly, I think one of the observations we make in our study is that, like, with the number of retail shops, the value of delivery is, I live in Natick, and you drive down Route 9, there's tons of available shops, right? So depending on where you live, it's like, well, delivery is a great great service to have, or it's like, no, I'm driving past 5 places on my way home, right? So you know,
This is not truly capitalist because it's so heavily regulated and so heavily limited right now. And this is also, I think, the kind of balance that we're trying to, we're trying to apply capitalist theory,
yeah,
but this is so heavily regulated that it's not true free market.
sure.
So-
But it's not regulated to the same extent that
Mhm.
like, the casinos are in the state. Like we got 3.
Yeah.
That's what we have.
Yeah.
You know, and,
It's in a 3 and a, so.
Mhm.
But the-
bingo
And
place.
DraftKings.
Yeah.
well, yeah, but the, yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean, I shouldn't be kidding.
No,
sorry.
no. But your
Um,
point is well taken.
Yes, thank you.
All right, next slide, please. So this here looks at monthly sales by license type with retail operators in the dark blue, couriers in the solid green, and then the delivery operators in the broken green. So we've seen, this is not adjusted for inflation, so it does highlight in those couple of instances where we see pretty flat revenues, that these are actually essentially a decrease in revenues when you consider increases in inflation and cost of doing business.
Commissioner Ray.
And just to put a little analysis on this too. So we all agree that the courier model is more of a challenging economic model.
Lower barrier to entry, but a very challenging.
Yeah, and you can see the delivery operator had this huge trajectory and then kind of like went down a little bit. So what we hear from directly from them is that the delivery operator model is more economically feasible, as you can see, than the courier. And then, we promulgated regulations to help them more, the 2-to-1 agents, extended delivery hours, white labeling, repackaging, so forth, electronic manifest. But one could argue it's the courier model that has struggled more than the delivery operator model. And then
And everybody,
percentage
and
of
everybody in
couriers
retail is.
is,
having a
that's another story for another, yeah. But the percentage of courier to the whole delivery pool, I know we went over that with the graphs. I might have to revisit that. It's small, like it's more delivery operators than couriers.
Right, and then in just delivery in general is very small. I wanted 5% of all licenses and
Yeah.
less than 1% of all sales.
So I guess where I'm going with this is we're seeing a lot not met, and a lot of it is revolving around the courier model. And we're,
Which may or may not be a good model regardless of who.
yeah, so we're almost, and you guys did an amazing job, so I'm
Yeah.
not nitpicking, but it was like, if you looked at operator versus
We're
courier.
asking him questions. He's done the research. It's been excellent.
Great.
He took our direction and did it.
Great
And
job.
but we just need to
Yeah.
understand
So,
whether or
right.
not the data.
So
we're-
what for me, as one board member, I'm saying, well, if it's not met, is it mostly not met because of the courier side of the ledger? Or the whole thing? And I think a lot of it's not met on the courier side of the ledger.
Next slide, please. This just continues underscoring just the change in market conditions where the changing price of announced marijuana over the last 7 years, and then looking at other types of the change in prices and inflation. So we see what we use retail and transportation as proxies for retail and delivery. And so we can see that the reduced price of marijuana, going down so substantially, but then the broader increases in inflation for retail and transportation operations just underscores the challenging market conditions. Next slide, please. This is for goal F, financial feasibility for disproportionately harmed communities post exclusivity. Despite some progress on lowering costs through fee waivers, delivery exclusivity businesses report difficult financial conditions and unexpected high startup costs. In addition, data show a shrinking pipeline of applicants and a lack of necessary funds for new businesses. So we define this goal as not met. So on the not met, all survey respondents characterize startup cost feasibility as difficult to some extent, with the majority characterizing it as very difficult. There's also a shrinking pipeline of prospective licenses, whether delivery or brick and mortar, who are interested in opening businesses in cannabis. On partially met, there were proportionally fewer inactive courier and delivery operator applications than there are inactive retail applications. also partially met, licensing fees for delivery businesses were waived, representing significant savings for couriers and delivery operators, as average licensing fees for other license types could approach $10,000. Not met, trust fund awards for prospective businesses, which may have some financial needs in the licensure phase, seem more difficult to acquire, which can be a challenge for some businesses that are exploring delivery options. And also not met, most respondents feel either neutral or very negative about their current business conditions. And the majority of respondents, 67%, anticipated barriers to fulfilling their business plans in the next year, primarily citing barriers related to delivery exclusivity period ending.
Can I raise a question here?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of Director Williams' comment to me that not everybody's meant to be in a cannabis business, and that there are other ways we can take the economic, obviously this is $1.5 billion, $1.65 billion. I hope we get the numbers right. Neil will correct me. This returns, I think last year, in the last $265 million in funds that are going to the Commonwealth. But our definition of social equity is and I know a lot of people think that the definition is just commence operations, and that is the key important what we want to do. But this is also one of the things that I raised several years ago, which is not only how do we measure the number of licenses, and that's what we're looking at here, but it's also the impact that black slide back there, the mountain that showed we had 1,000 people come through. I don't know if we could necessarily sustain another, 1,000 licensees, and that's not a good analogy, but we need to do a better job. I think we're going to need to do a revamp of what our social equity program means. And maybe thinking about how we measure success, because I'm not sure that you were even asked to track that success, because positive impact is not just licenses. Positive impact is providing economic opportunity for people who've just been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. How can the commission do that job better? And again, I do want to get to the sort of drafting of the scope, because I started asking some of those questions, and that obviously was not addressed here. But those may be some of the things that we also have to do in revamping our social equity program. Is it's not just running people through, and we've seen some articles, calling our social equity training program a bridge to nowhere, a path to nowhere. And it's not that the program isn't robust and isn't providing good education, but once you get through, what does it mean? Not everybody can and will be. There's just not room within the industry. So I just raise this as sort of a broader issue for us as commissioners. We need to be doing a better job of measuring what it is that people should be getting out of this program. And that, I think, is something, I'm hoping we can do this internally the next time. But if we do work with you again on something like this, we're going to have to, I think, rethink the social equity program and rethink how we measure success. Commissioner Roy.
On the last bullet, it says most respondents feel either neutral or very negative. So you must have combined the 39 plus 33 to get to most, because if you take them individually, that's less than half. And also, if 33% feel very negative, does that mean 67% of respondents feel very positive?
No, because there's the 40 that are neutral. 39 that are neutral.
Okay, so you combine the 39 neutral, so that means that 61% are not neutral?
That are
67.
No, on the 39, so if you, 39% feel neutral, so then that means 61% are not.
I think the point being made in the first statement is more that there is a plurality that are not bullish on business conditions.
Okay, so you come 39 plus 33 gives you the 67, which are not bullish. Okay.
Well, those are different. Those are measuring different things. One is about business conditions, and then highlighting there that essentially,
You're saying there's two different things.
Yeah.
Current business conditions versus anticipate barriers.
Right, so I'm reading it like, okay, so out of 100, a third feel negative, very negative. So that means like almost 75% don't feel very negative, and that one very negative, 33%.
Mhm.
So that means the.
So it's saying though that only 30% are positive. Right.
Graylin,
Sorry, if I may.
and I don't know your title. What's your title?
Research analyst.
Oh, research. Okay, all right. I'm gonna tell you if you don't mind me.
All things research,
Yeah,
right,
I'm
Graylin?
sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, so if it's helpful, I can just read from the report.
Please.
Yeah, the numbers. So most respondents feel either neutral, 39%, or very negative, 33% about their current business conditions. Comparing those who responded negatively overall to those who responded positively, more respondents have negative views, 39% of their business conditions, while only 22% have a positive perception. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah, that is helpful. Very helpful.
Okay, thank you. And we'll try to, I know, you accommodated our schedule. And I wanted to do this again, and again, just speaking to the public who doesn't understand, we have an extremely tight time frame. Even though we will have opportunities to send, something to the Secretary of State's office, we have to develop scope here, and we have an extremely short timeline to get this done, or else it just expires. And so we don't want it to just expire if the commission determines that we want to extend this period. Thank you, sorry.
Sure.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. We can just be on that one really quick. But yeah, so on this one, it was the survey question: to what degree were business startup costs feasible for your individual financial situation? And all respondents either said it was very difficult or difficult. Next slide, please. All right, and then for goal G, while improvements to regulations, namely the removal of the two driver rule, have positively impacted businesses, significant barriers in negotiating HCAs and inconsistencies across municipalities remain. Trust fund has been highly beneficial and well utilized by SEP participants, though the most commonly suggested improvements is for more funding to be made available. We ended up calling this partially met, but again, it had a bit of a big title in the actual regulations. So on partially met, on broader policy goals, respondents felt that all regulatory changes to the number of drivers, electronic records, and delivery hours have been generally positive. In terms of not met, reported experiences working with municipalities were generally negative, and many survey respondents reported experiencing significant barriers to entering the cannabis industry.
And one more, and is that pre Chapter 80, 180 changes, or I mean, are they still? What's the time frame? Because obviously we had regulatory responses to some of the difficulties that a lot of these applicants had. And then we put in place regulations that were, basically pushing municipalities to be more open and pushing more options for.
Well, this data collection took place over the fall. So
No, but I mean, what time? Because this is also the difficulty, not difficulty, but I'm sort of trying to get my head wrapped around. Again, I had put two driver rule on the agenda in 2023. It didn't happen for another year, so that's a year lost. We did make some of these changes regarding getting host community agreements on municipal levels. So during this time frame, and this is also when we're saying met, partially met, some of these changes that they're saying are barriers, we've done them. We're in the process of doing them, and so it's kind of hard to understand the time frame that they're talking about after we made some of those regulatory changes.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point, but I think also underscores the need for a longer evaluation period for the program.
And one could argue some of these could be mostly met. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. On non-met, most respondents felt as if their barriers, and these barriers have not. I'm sorry, what we have. Most respondents felt as if these barriers have not changed over time, though slightly more respondents felt barriers got worse as opposed to better. Partially met, the social equity trust fund is well utilized and highly beneficial to SEP participants. And on partially met, the most common purpose of the trust fund grants was around professional services utilized by 24 out of the 31 respondents who are currently using the funds. If we pop ahead to the next slide. This highlights some of the positive attitudes to some of the regulatory changes that we've seen around extended delivery hours, fewer drivers, and electronic records. The vast majority of respondents saw these as positive to the marketplace. Next slide. In terms of and this just highlights how people were using trust fund dollars. So mostly around professional services, business expenses, facility capital expenses. I think this, just good fodder for you guys to understand how.
It has debt service here, but it's my understanding that there might be some issues with accounts receivable. I'll ask the general counsel, can licensees use these funds to pay bills? Because I thought, Commissioner Stebbins, is that they can? Because I thought I was told by some licensees that they could not, but you think
It's just from anecdotally, some applicants I talked to, they say that it did help them pay some previous bills that were not.
but I'm trying to figure out the bills. Is it a loan or is it a, go ahead, please.
So I do believe that there are some restrictions that have impacted what people felt that they wanted to use it on versus what they felt they could. So for example, like back taxes, I think was an example, those types of things, and working with DOR. So I don't think that the issue is non-restricted at all, but I do think a lot of the feedback that we've got anecdotally is that it has helped people get up to date with things that they were in the arrears on. But I think there are some restrictions to your point.
Yeah, I'd like to, if it's possible, I'd like to get a better understanding of that, because that was actually, an issue that had been stated. Now, sometimes it might be, no, I'm going to be paying for something else and I'm not going to pay my accounts receivable. So I'd love to get a better understanding of what that actual rule is with the fund. But again, that's reminding people that the trust fund is under the Office of Economic Affairs and not under the Cannabis Commission. So we do not control that. So thank you.
I think we can advance 2 slides. Actually, we're just transitioning to conclusions and recommendations. So doing far more reading in the presentation than I normally do, and unfortunately I'll have to do a bit here because to get into the details of the recommendations.
What is your hard stop? Is it noon? Is noon hard stop? What's your hard stop? Is that
The hardest part of the stop, I would say like 12:15.
Okay, good. Okay.
Let me just get into the different elements of the conclusion. So the program has made great progress on its goals, but has failed to meet them in the aggregate. Through data collection, most notably the survey and interviews, we identified a number of structural issues that impeded the policy from meeting its goals. It's important to note that the process may not seem inherently lengthy or difficult, given the highly regulated nature of the cannabis industry. But most qualified candidates who seek to establish delivery businesses face structural and financial barriers that hinder their access and progress from the start. So in terms of costly startups, though waiving initial licensing fees, attempts to limit startup costs for DE operators, other expected and unexpected costs remain high for participants. Expenses such as legal fees and accounting fees end up costing significantly more than expected for some survey respondents due to the lengthy application process, which often drags on because of lengthy negotiations with municipalities. In terms of lengthy and confusing application process between HCA negotiations with municipalities and other extensive requirements within the applications, the process ultimately took much longer than most participants expected. Given that the primary benefit of this program offers is to allow a time frame for SEP participants to get a head start in the market, time is especially of the essence. When excessive requirements, lengthy negotiations, and contract procurement delays that delay the ability to start making a profit, the benefit of a head start is negated. Added confusion makes the application process take longer, costs more due to the reliance on professional services, and the process becomes stressful, adding mental load to applicants as well. While DE applicants were found to have shorter application timeframes than retailers, it still takes about a year for couriers and about 15 months for delivery operators to move from submitted to approved with final licensure, with an additional month and a half for approval to commencing operations. Considering the DE period has been active for 3.5 years, even applicants who submitted applications when the period first began They've only been operational for the past 2 years, the timeframe in which many young businesses may not yet be profitable. In terms of extensive and prohibitive requirements, the two-phase application process requires applicants to register their business and submit a range of necessary documents for pre-certification, make agreements with municipalities, and complete background checks, and ultimately resubmit updated documents before they can be assessed for approval. Other aspects of the application, such as positive impact plans, diversity plans, and more, are not necessarily vital to starting business operations and can act as additional roadblocks preventing applicants from realizing their business goals.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that
Commissioner
last sentence
Uh,
about positive impact plans and diversity?
Other aspects of applications, such as positive impact plans, diversity plans, and more, are not necessarily vital to starting business operations and can act as additional roadblocks preventing applicants from realizing their business
So
goals.
they're saying the diversity plans and the positive impact plans are red tape. Are unnecessary red tape starting.
Yeah. And they're being used as examples.
Yes,
but,
yeah, thank you.
Seemingly underdeveloped and unsustainable market conditions. Ultimately, DE operators make up a very small share of the industry of marijuana sales. Of the 746 operational licenses in the industry, just 33 are delivery licensees, roughly 5% of all licenses. Since the start of the legal cannabis market, 99.3% of all marijuana sales have taken place in a dispensary, and only 0.7% of sales have been made through delivery. In Massachusetts, there are 40 retail businesses for every 1 courier license holder.
Can I ask a question? Again, I'm conscious of the time, but this is also one of the things that could possibly be dealt with by the legislature or dealt with by us in terms of advertising. And so, having people, I mean, I know, Drizzly was a $1 billion business,
Yeah.
right? And, selling alcohol that, probably most people, are more comfortable right now than with cannabis. And there's still a lot of people canna curious, as you like to say, but people still have not sort of regularized the use of the product and still have some, that there's still some market, barriers to that. But in terms of, this is also one of these is looking at the red tape. How do we remove the red tape to make some of these businesses profitable? And I believe that advertising, and then you don't know that because we didn't ask you to ask that question, but sort of understanding, I'm trying to understand the whys, because that's the only response that we can have is we extend it, but if we don't fix the whys, then we shouldn't extend it. You know what I mean? And that's just my, my position. Commissioner Wright.
This is very helpful, what you're going through now.
Yes, yeah.
And just to summarize, what I heard on this slide is bullet 1. It seems the respondents are saying it's the municipalities, not the commission. Bullet 2, same thing, municipalities, not the commission. Bullet 3, same thing, municipalities, not the commission. Bullet 4, the commission. The positive impact plan and the diversity plan are red tape. That's what I heard as takeaways from this.
Yeah, I don't think that's a incorrect way.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And then as for editorializing for a moment, most folks that I have talked to about this after we took on this project, you guys just like talking to friends, don't know delivery is a thing.
Exactly.
And so, and that's something where, and I was somewhat surprised. And so, yeah, I think, so I do think whether it's advertising or,
Public awareness.
yeah, but general public awareness, and then also about what that means for consumer cost, right? So I think that's the other thing.
Commissioner Wright, did you have an additional?
I was going to echo, that's really important because a lot of people aren't aware of delivery, and we can do some red tape removal around advertising, which it's very strict to advertise in Massachusetts. And some of it's out of our control because of the federal illegality, but there's some red tape that we could possibly look at to remove. But you're right, awareness is a big problem here for these folks. Yeah.
Just finishing on the last point, in Mass, there are 40 retail businesses for every 1 courier license. However, with 13 courier licenses available in operation and 28 retail licensees having utilized a courier to delivery, that would imply that the average courier business has agreements with roughly 2 retailers. Therefore, there appears to be under-realized opportunities for couriers to partner with greater numbers of retailers and expand their delivery capacity. Next slide, please.
is that a regulatory barrier? Just go through that one more time, because I'm trying to, this is a great opportunity. Unfortunately for you, you got to get out of here, but for me, I'm trying to sort of think about what impact is, and what's the next step. So what are, our general counsel or executive director, what are some of those barriers to some of those partnerships or potential mini verticals, if you will, so that we are able to support some of these less economically potentially viable licensees?
I would say we should probably follow up on that. I think the points that Commissioner Roy made earlier and the observations of courier versus delivery, and some of those might be market driven. So I think we probably want some specific.
Yeah, it's a grizzly, not QVC codes, but anyway, but if Drizzly, is a $1 billion business that doesn't function, and this is again, the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. I want to make sure that we're not doing the same thing over and over again. And so, again, we could extend this ad infinitum, but if we don't get at the whys, if we don't get at the hows, I can't, you know what I mean? I can't support extending this goal, so I need to understand.
Yeah, and I think, ultimately that was one of the first observations I made at the beginning of the presentation, is that like extension is necessary but not sufficient. So there are a number of things that were about doing business that need to be addressed, whether it's reduction of red tape or recognizing some of these structural challenges that maybe didn't, which might seem modest from an outside glance, but when you reflect on it a little bit more and say, oh yeah, going back to the ownership of a carbon, we're like, okay, well, it's a small capital expense in the spectrum of capital expenses, but it is one that nonetheless.
Well, and I just want to talk about the expense of a car. I want to thank the staff, because, we heard from, a courier that was looking to get approval for her car upgrades and making sure that she was dotting the i's and crossing the t's. And I'm just going to acknowledge the work that they did to recognize that we had one social equity applicant who was having that problem. And that's the kind of stuff that we can do, we can fix for them. Commissioner Roy?
I know you have really hard stuff, but do we have, what you're sharing with us now is so highly informative.
Yeah.
Those bullets that you're reading from, do we have access to that?
I mean, I can give you guys a summary of it. It's all stuff in the report, but.
Yeah, but the summarization that you're going through.
Sure.
Would be amazing for us
We
to
can
have.
share that.
Yeah,
Yeah, you have a PhD, we like bullet points.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
That's-
thank you.
Next slide, please. Right, and then into the broader conclusions, considering the conclusions drawn from the analysis of industry data, participant feedback, our overall recommendation is that the delivery exclusivity period should be extended, but changes should be considered to reduce barriers and consider broader market conditions of the cannabis sector to maximize program goals. The initial 3-year period appears to have been too limited a time frame for the effects of the policy and its follow-up interventions to be measurably be realized. We suggest that the exclusivity period be extended for an additional 5 to 7 years, but as I mentioned earlier, this is in concert with other recommendations around structural issues. Next slide.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yeah, so I guess I'm confused because this is the concluded page and it says several years. So that's kind of like it was subjective for us. See extensions.
Oh, yeah, several years.
Which I'm more comfortable with as opposed to prescriptive. We say 5 to like several years gives again, we have to worry about
Sure.
possible litigation. We have to be.
Yeah, no, and understood. Frankly, I would have been more comfortable thinking that.
I think several years.
I think this was a little bit
I
of
think it's overly
tug of war
prescriptive
and-
to
and,
say 5 to 7.
Yeah, and the 5 to 7 years, the 5 to 7 years is based on the failures.
Yeah.
Right? And I want this exclusivity period to be based on our ability to achieve success.
Yeah.
And that's what I think will be more defensible in the event of litigation, is that if we as a commission, again, we don't have a lot of time to do this. And again, this is not your fault. This is,
Yeah, you got
we had, folks who were charged for several years. And this actually needs to be said publicly. we had a subcommittee of the commissioners that were supposed to be doing this in real time after the first delivery license was delivered. This was supposed to be done in real time, and it didn't happen. And that's why we needed the Donahue Institute to once again bail us out looking at this issue. But this will not happen again in the future. We will be in real time. Might not end up with a contract with you in the future, sorry, but we have such a capable research team with Dr. Julie Johnson, Grace Thomason. You know, we have a capable team that's internally able to do this without an additional expenditure. We know that we are behind the 8 ball in terms of our budget right now. This expenditure was critical. So we have a tight time frame to do it, and it was money well spent. But I just want to make sure, and again, this is just my opinion, and obviously we'll color this debate as we look at that. I want to make sure that we are looking at a time frame that anticipates we're going to be successful, as opposed to, I think, 5 to 7 years if we continued bumping along and not changing the social equity program, revamping how we measure what success is, and then partnering to both help the incumbent licensees, potential licensees, but also reducing red tape. I think that if we're successful there, then that will be the true reduction of barriers to social equity applicants. So again, I'm getting up my stump here, but I get worried that 5 to 7 years is based on the failure, not our potential for
And
success.
5 to 7 years comes in part from feedback that we received along the process from both comments from historically from commissioners in the interview process we did with them, through talking focus groups with the equity team, from other stakeholders. So we heard a range of things that were shorter. This was a little bit Goldilocks when it comes to the 5 to 7, and there were folks who suggested indefinitely, which I think most importantly, though, you know, I led with this earlier. You guys are the regulatory agency.
Right.
You make the decision. I think the length of time is material, but the length is really up to you in the sense of keeping in account that there are certain structural things that need addressed that takes time to address them. And it takes, as we've seen, a year for some of these businesses to get operational. So you need to have enough breathing room for maturation of a process. But if that was 3 to 4 years, 4 to 6 years, you know, I think that there's a lot of different ways that can look.
And some of these are out of our jurisdiction, the municipality. I mean, we can provide tools, bring a horse to water, that's saying you cannot necessarily make a drink. We have a model, a host community agreement templates, we have waivers, we have all of these tools we've provided that are not always being used. So, and also the Social Equity Trust Fund, we have a wonderful relationship, but we don't control the fund. So there's some of these buckets that are kind of outside of our purview. But did anybody acknowledge the bonus year? So these folks got a bonus year because really this was supposed to be 3 years, 36 months, but it wasn't done. It wasn't done internally. The ball was dropped, and they got a bonus year. So they've had 4 years. Did anybody acknowledge the bonus year?
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
other than, but was there, both you guys have 3 hands up, so.
Executive Director.
Yeah, I just have a couple of thoughts, obviously. So, I mean, a number of things I think that have been discussed throughout the questions here. And I think, UMass Donahue has within this as well, is the changes that happened during the 3 years plus the quote unquote bonus year. Ultimately, to get a real sense of if those have had the impact on the barriers that UMass Donahue is referencing in the report, requires enough time to see them actually play out, right? So Chapter 180 created the Social Equity Trust Fund. So that is now in there. The commissioners did the 2 driver rule change, a number of other changes that were referenced. Exactly. And so a number of those items were within that period. And so I think that is the point of several years versus 5 to 7, either way, for the commissioners to consider is there needs to be a period of time that you need to discuss of if just those adjustments to barriers that have already taken place but need time to play out and bake, so to speak, versus other changes that you may want to be seeing and implementing, and then how long would it take to see those?
I don't want to give us more time to bake. I want to hold our feet to the fire for success. And that's what my concern is that I think that we have not been held accountable because we not only had, we had time, we could see what some of these things were. These were things that have been raised for years now. And so that is, one of my concerns is that, well, we can let it bake, but if we take ourselves off the hook by having a longer time frame, that's what's troubling to me. And again, one of the issues that I raised, and again, we gave, we had the other Donahue report that looked at expanding the footprint. And I forget the gentleman's name who was sitting right there. He literally brought me to tears. But we were talking about expanding opportunities for more people in disproportionately impacted geographies, which you did a great job. We've had that report. We spent $200,000 on that report, yet we still haven't accepted it. In deference to your, I know that you were one of the co-signers on that report 4 years ago, yet you were still uncomfortable with accepting that report. And we had an additional hearing on that, again, in deference to you. Again, you've had it for a number of years, but we gave you more time, or I gave you more time to do that, held a hearing. One of the things I heard in that hearing were some people who are incumbents didn't want more people, didn't want us to expand that footprint because they didn't want more competition for the fund. And so, I just want to make sure that we're not, that we are helping not only the people who are already incumbents, who are the insiders who are doing well, but also the people, like the guy who was sitting over here, I forget his name, he had a wonderful story to tell, man of color, how he was begging us to expand that. Vernon Hill and Worcester, begging us to accept that report. So, that's one of the things that we need to take into account. And in the discussion, I'll finish a second, in the discussion is that there are two sides to equity. We are measuring equity based on just licenses, which is absolutely, I've heard this time and again from legislators. We have to measure equity in terms of whether or not we are getting persons licensed and in the industry. But there's equity on the other side. And I was not, and we will be implementing social consumption. I was frankly not very sanguine about social consumption, on site, and Attorney Bruno is an expert on DUI, and we have different tools to deal with alcohol and things like that. And I was very skeptical, knowing full well that we had to fulfill the will of the voters of Massachusetts, who I think by 64% said we want social consumption. But it really took me the understanding that we have limitations for people living in public housing. There are other limitations in terms of consumption or medicine. We know that there are medical deserts out there. So what I get worried about is by creating this exclusivity for too long a period, that there's that other side of equity that we are not addressing. It's who would like to come in, who would be perfectly capable of doing this. How do we take your first report and make it work with this report? And then how do we hold ourselves accountable? So
if I can make just one
Please,
observation
thank you.
about the 5 to 7 thing too, is that Ian and I, you guys do have a very capable research team here, and in an ideal world, you would have an evaluation that's running in parallel to the program, right?
That's right.
So
That's what we're supposed to have.
Right. So I would say is that, again, I'm not the regulator, and we have your legal folks who can help with this, but like to whatever discomfort you have on whatever length of time, one of the assets you need to make sure that you put into place is that if there is a robust enough evaluation program that's running parallel to it, then you can check in at year 1 and year 2 and say like, are we actually making the progress we were hoping to make? And do little course corrections along the way. You essentially did that during the first one when it was the 2 driver to 1 thing. But that to me felt like that was a little catch as catch can in a moment of like, hey, this isn't working for us, guys. If
We just did that by listening to individual businesses.
Yeah.
And then again, it got kicked down the road for another year. So.
Right, but I think some of these other challenges that we were highlighting, could have been brought to light earlier
That's right,
if there was an ongoing process, right? So again, you're the regulators, and I think one of the things is a kind of a careful deliberation about, okay, what are the, like you were mentioning before about the broader equity goals? What are the broader equity goals? What are we trying to achieve out of this? And then building a measurement apparatus that runs parallel to that. you know, whether you were having your own research team do that, or if you did it with somebody from the outside, the point simply is that this was a little bit of square peg and round hole with the way this ultimately happened, where it's like, okay, it's 3 years after the fact and now we're looking backwards,
Right,
right?
That's right.
As
But that's
opposed-
not,
You saved
you
our
saved the
bacon.
day. You guys saved
So
the day.
I can't say that enough. Commissioner Wright.
And Dr. Mellon, and thank you so much. And your whole team, we can't thank you enough. You really literally bailed us out because we were supposed to be doing this in real, all the way along. You had a quote about policy making. Can you say that quote again?
Yeah, I say that public policy is the process of making the world as you'd like it to be.
Right.
And so there's so many things where, you know, we're adding some kind of stimuli or adding some sort of impact and then what ends up happening afterwards.
Right.
So we're always trying to,
Right.
and all of our work at Donahue Institute is impacting public policy in one form or another.
Right.
Sometimes you get the outcome you want and sometimes you don't, but yeah.
Right. And to build off of that, so what this board needs to do is take that quote, right? And we all know what the perfect world we want, and take this data and knowing the limitations because of the time frame that you guys had, which wasn't really sufficient. And also, how do we minimize litigation exposure? And we have to balance all of those, the perfect world, the data we have, and minimize litigation exposure. So these are the things we have to take into account as regulators.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Being mindful of Mark's time. A couple of things is we think about data collection moving forward, and a conversation for our data team in terms of how quickly they can ramp up, adding the additional information that you and your team suggest. What are other means by which during, if we have an exclusivity period extension, what are other means that we can use to track, I think as the chair pointed out, changes, whether we make, whether the legislature ends up handing down? What's the best way for us to track the success or the impact of some of those changes as we potentially move through an exclusivity period?
So the report has a number of suggestions about data collection in the end, about places where you guys can do a better job of you know, having a database in place to do a more proper evaluation longer term. So that's inside the report. And I think part of it is, and this is an evergreen problem in the world that we live in, is that sometimes a database or data is created, but it's not, but then you're trying to use it analytically for a purpose that it wasn't created. So I think recognizing in advance, like, hey, these are the kinds of things that we want to know about, and making sure that you're collecting data on those very things. So having stuff like the SEP participation and having missing data in that, well, that's a central problem within the confines of this work. I'm punting a little bit on some of your question here on what are the other things to track based on changes that you make, because part of the question is what are the changes that you make. And so obviously trying to tie other elements of data collection to, well, we've tried to, like, if there's certain things around reductions in red tape, like trying to see, like, well, what are those reductions that we've done and what are some of the outcomes that we're hoping to see out of those reductions? You know, so I think that's, you know, so it's a little wishy-washy because without knowing what those changes are. But I think, but if you go into it intentionally, of saying, like, hey, we have this program, it's done some good things. There's some structural things that we didn't totally account for at the start. We're going to do X, Y, and Z to change those structural problems. And here's the way we plan to measure those structural problems. Then I think you're ahead of the game. You're in a position that you weren't when we took this project on back in the summer.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
I appreciate that. And just parsing that a little bit further. Again, we know there's additional data that we need to collect. You had a survey in here about changes that we did make and what the response was. I think you've all heard from folks that said the 2-driver rule is kind of a saving grace. I'm concerned about the 11% that said it didn't impact them at all. But anyways, can we use that type of tool when we think of again, might be a piece in the bill that expands delivery opportunities into that 59% of Massachusetts towns that don't currently allow it. I think purchase limits extension could also have an impact if we go from 1 ounce to 2 ounce daily purchase. How can we, Greenland might have this.
Yeah, see how fingers.
Yeah, how can we monitor that progress or success before we get to the end of potentially the next exclusivity period?
Graylin, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so I was actually about to bring up that same idea. So again, obviously, this is something that have to be coordinated with the chief of research, making sure we have capacity and all that, but it would be pretty achievable to implement some kind of regular survey every 6 months, every year. We could discuss who was included, this particular survey. Due to time constraints and stuff, we kept it very focused, but we could certainly discuss including more than just people affected by exclusivity. And so how big we make the survey, how much analysis there is, that might have to go into a conversation about capacity, but just having some kind of regular survey would be a pretty achievable way to monitor some of this.
Thanks, Commissioner Roy.
Public hearings, we've had them with different license types. I think it's something we should do with maybe all license types every year. We should have a public hearing to a temperature check.
Well, we also should be doing regular monthly meetings with licensees, all licensees doing a temperature check and asking them about, this is one of the things, and I know, Director Harmon just left a couple minutes ago, but he has been putting together this effort for us to go out and work with licensees to be training them, but also be getting feedback from them about what is not working. So that's something that I think that we should be doing. And again, I just want to be conscious of the time. I want to make sure Commissioner Bennett, if she has any additional questions before. Do you have any additional questions or comments that you'd like to make, Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Throughout this report, give us a little heads up or direction. Throughout this report, you highlight the challenges of the delivery courier model. Would you have any recommendations for us as to how we strengthen that license model? If we should maybe not be measuring our success based on that model, if it appears to be a struggle for folks to get into the marketplace through that model or through that license type, what things would you encourage us to focus on with that license type?
So for the courier, all along I had some reservation about how impactful that particular mechanism within the would be for broader participation and all these kinds of things. So so I think either but one of the things that does stand out to me, whether it's courier or delivery operator, is it's an underutilized market overall. And I feel like if there were, and so we make some recommendations in the report along these lines about whether it's, obviously advertising is somewhat of a thorny issue, but having better platforms that are tying together that if you're buying from different places, like what a delivery option might even be, because again, like I said, this is
You mean publicizing that on our website?
Yeah. And then also connecting it to, having better platforms where both retail and delivery are more readily available and seen, right?
Yeah.
So I think, to me, it's that it just it always felt to me as just an outside observer that this was this will just flower on its own, and feeling like, again, I was surprised as just a resident of the state that we didn't have this as an option.
Right.
Because it wasn't something that felt like it was clearly not advertised. And even amongst the handful of cannabis shops I've been to, like, I've never seen on their website or anything along those lines of like, oh, I don't have to drive out over here, but you guys would actually bring it to me. So I think to me, it's that those are some of the bigger issues for the market's success.
All right, Commissioner Stebbins, again, we're up against it, and if
Yeah,
you
we
raise a question, and I'm done asking questions, so.
And just quick clarification, and this might have come from a licensee, but a clarification in the report is that a delivery courier doesn't need an HCA with every community that they deliver into. It's just based on where their
Home base.
place of business
Yeah.
is. So that may be
Yeah.
misinformation. We're not.
No, but that'd be a
questioning our
significant barrier.
licensee,
Yeah.
That's a,
but that's
Yeah.
a barrier.
yeah.
Right, Commissioner
Right,
Wright?
just an opinion and a question. I think the courier model dragged down the curve, to be honest.
Yeah.
So maybe we would have been mostly met. And maybe next time that would be an option, like partially met, mostly met. So I think, and I just asked our executive director exactly how many couriers we have. And I think it's a very small pool that dragged down this goal, attaining our goals. And I just have a question on the scope that you received. Was it prescribed in the scope? Was it suggested 5 to 7 years in anywhere in the scope?
In the scope, no.
No, okay, okay.
But we had different forms of feedback that we received along the way like in data collection that suggested different time periods. I think I think one of you guys, I forget who made the observation, but I think there was universal feeling like, hey, this hasn't had the opportunity to be successful. It
Yeah.
needs more time.
Right.
But there was a lot of variability in what people had been suggesting inside there. We zeroed in on 5 to 7 because it was a time frame that came up a number of times. And frankly, they're going to need to change some structural things about their program. It takes a year for a business to even get to operation. So, and I've said a number of times that the 5 to 7 thing was somewhat arbitrary, but again, it could be 3 to 4, but you're addressing those things. Or, again, you guys can set up your own program, but having options for tied to the ongoing evaluation of whatever changes you make.
So we're gonna let you go. I think that it's time to take a break for everybody. I know it's time to take a break for me. And I think that Attorney Bruno, if there are any other, we're obviously going to get into the meat of this. And unless you have any further commentary, or Braylon, do you have any further commentary you'd like to make?
So one last thing, your guys' overwhelming enthusiasm for the topic jumped all over the last slide, which was recommendations to address structural issues. So that is currently on the wall. And I will gladly share the notes. And then obviously this is already a part of the packet that existed, right? So, but we make a number of recommendations here around, different places where streamlining of process can exist, as well as some recommendations as it relates to data system and data collection. But the very first thing we say in the structural issue was recommending that whatever the time frame is selected, that an evaluation takes place during that time to assess the program's effectiveness. So I know there's been a lot of attention on the 5 to 7 thing. I almost wish it wasn't in there, because the more important thing in my mind is that it's that the program has admirable goals. It made progress on some of these goals. It needs more time to breathe. And in order for it to be successful, there are a number of structural barriers that need to be removed or dealt with in some way. And so the length of time, I think, is very much a political process for you all to figure out. But I think it's important to be marrying that with the structural conversation.
Commissioner Wright?
We just looked it up. We have 4 courier licenses that have commenced operations for.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you to your entire team. And thank you to Braylon and the
Thank you so
entire
much.
research team. Do I have a motion to recess? Do we want to take our lunch break now? I think that's appropriate. I don't know if you would like to do during a lunch break, if there's anything you'd like to do. Maybe we just take
Sorry, if
I'm just saying, you do the 2x2s?
we'll have to address it at public meeting.
Fine, that's
first.
okay, that's
Sorry.
fine, okay, thank you, all right. So, why don't we, say that we will come back, it's 12:20 right now, we'll come back at 12:50. Will that give us enough time to get through on this? No? 12:40, well, I mean, do we not want to take a lunch break today?
No, we do, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, but give us 10 more minutes if you don't mind.
Oh, if you want us to go till 1 o'clock, I
Yeah,
just want to make sure
I
we can.
recorded.
Oh, all right, okay, all right, well, then we will reconvene promptly at 1 o'clock. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, aye, opposed, unanimous. Thank you. All right, again, returning after our recess, and I want to thank everybody for their patience and helping us get that in with respect to Dr. Melnick. Before we get to Attorney Bruno, Commissioner Roy has a quick update that she'd like to make.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Now, on the fly, we were trying to ascertain how many courier licensees that we have that have commenced ops, and the slide that I cited was from the November public meeting, and it was EEA only. So our Chief of Innovation and Technology helped me out to get the most current data so we can share with the public. So for marijuana courier license, there were 14 commenced operations. However, there are only 9 that are active right now. So that means either the other 5 either surrendered or expired. So there are 9 active courier licenses as we speak. For the marijuana delivery operator license, there are 20 that have commenced operations, but only 18 are active. So 2 of those have either surrendered or expired. So delivery operator, 18, courier, 9 active. Thanks. So, okay.
Any questions from my fellow commissioners? Not?
Okay, that was helpful. Thank you, Paul.
All right, I will turn this over to Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we could move to the next slide. Based upon the recommendations from the Donahue Institute, to adopt those recommendations, the commission must undergo formal rulemaking. So this slide lays out our next regulatory steps. As you can see, we have a very tight and narrow regulatory timeline here. So we have our public meeting today where the board may potentially vote on draft amendments that would go for public comment and hearing. We have our deadline to file with the Secretary's office by Friday, the 16th, for formal publication in the Secretary's Register on the 30th. We do have to allow for a statutory 21-day period before we can have our public hearing. So we would have a proposed potential public hearing date on Monday, February 23rd. That would follow in order to, again, keeping in mind that promulgation of these regs will need to occur before April 1st. We'll need to be able to review those public comments and that public testimony very quickly and have a vote just the following week after public comment between March 2nd and really that first week of March so that we can finalize any documents that need to go to the Secretary for filing on the 13th. Deadline is for the 13th for any regulatory final amendments for publication and to go into effect on March 27th. There isn't much wiggle room, and I only stress that because I want to make sure the board is able to accomplish what it would like to. And I'll turn to Rachel to present our redlined draft that we will share with the board. So we have been able to present draft regulatory amendments for the board to consider. These red lines are based upon the recommendations from the Donahue Institute. Of course, these are all for consideration of the board. I will just ask Rachel if you could scroll just down a bit further to page 38. And just looking at number 3, I just want to remind the commission that this is what the commission needs to answer. On number 3, any subsequent extension of the exclusivity period would require the commission affirmatively to find that the goals and objectives of the exclusivity period as set forth in 935 CMR 500-050 10B1 and alternatively 050-11F have not been met. And so this is for the board to deliberate and consider based upon the report and presentation that we received earlier today as to whether those goals and objectives have been met. And if they have not been met, the length of time that the board would find appropriate to extend this exclusivity period. If you prefer, Chair, I can read these redlined amendments, or if you would prefer to open for general board discussion, I will defer to you.
All right, I would probably just like us to have a discussion, and again, I appreciate Dr. Melnick and Dr. Humson for the work that they did and presented, and I think we've had, a lot of robust conversation. I'm trying to figure out how we start this, and maybe I will, we'll go in reverse alphabetical order, but maybe some of the thoughts of the different commissioners. I thought that the report, personally, I thought that the report was persuasive, that we have not met the goals and that there is still more work to do. And I'm excited to see Director Williams in the room, and I look forward to working with her as we make some of the improvements that are laid out in the study. I also am excited that the red tape removal committee will be launching in the next couple of weeks that may well address, again, some of these issues. My thinking, and I will, I probably maybe showed a little bit what I'm thinking. My concern is about the length of time for the extension, because I think that if we can create some language that does a couple of different things, it doesn't allow us that much time to not address the problems. And it's really easy to kick a problem down the line when you have a longer deadline. And so, my thoughts are that I think that I would feel personally comfortable with a 3-year extension, ensuring that we actually engage in the annual process, just like we are supposed to have an annual report to the legislature. Maybe, this gets added to our report to the legislature. Again, I may, that's the state of the industry, and we need to make sure that we're giving our data team, our research team, all the data that they need to do the job they can to both promote public health and safety, promote economic development, but also to promote equity. I do think that we should be taking a look at how we can make improvements. Obviously, Director Williams and her team, they're down a couple of different people and have been hampered by the hiring freeze that we've had. But, my personal opinion is that we should take the suggestion of a few years and take that literally, which is 3. I think the 5 to 7 could give us a little bit too much time to not deal with this in real time and to address things quickly. But also there's a lot of, unknown questions. There are lawsuits, federal lawsuits that are happening that could impact us in terms of the disproportionately impacted areas. We still have not adopted the disproportionately impacted areas study, which I think we need to address and do. And if there are some changes to that study, and again, as we know, we can make changes to that study. We can accept what they have given us, or we can reject it. We don't even need a study to add some of these DIAs. So I think we need to take a look at that. And obviously we're going to be working on social consumption. So anyway, that's just sort of my thinking. I think that the case has been proven, but I think that there are enough unknowns out there, and that there is enough in real time work that we can do, and in real time tracking that we can hold ourselves accountable, not over a 5 or 7 year period, but over, year to year period, and with a 3-year end that we could extend. I mean, obviously we extended this for 1 additional year. So 3 years previously turned out to be 4 years. And we always have that option. So anyway, I would just throw that out, maybe ask Commissioner Stebbins to give us his opinion and thoughts about what he heard from the Donahue Institute.
Thank you, Chair. And I agree with a lot of the points that you just raised. It was interesting, and I agree with you in terms of what the Donahue Institute report kind of ultimately found, is that we've had some success, but not full success. And there are some other places that we have not met our intended goals. I agree. I think the 3 years I'm comfortable with. I think, to your point, it kind of holds our feet to the fire. As you pointed out, doesn't mean that at the end of that 3-year period, we can't go further, depending on a lot of new developments. I think we know that there are a lot of things kind of coming down the pipeline that would be interesting to assess. Some of those might be the outcome of the bill that's currently in front of the legislature, right? Purchase limits, hopefully opening up more communities, which we've always advocated for. Completely agree with you in terms of our process, in terms of looking at how we currently have our license application structure laid out in terms of provisional versus final. I think that would be a game changer. And there's obviously some new elements to the program, which I still don't think we have felt the full effect of. Yeah, the social equity trust fund, again, we don't own it, we don't manage it. I think there's some more work that we can do to kind of monitor the people that are moving through that process, get money, kind of where do they tend to fall and where do they have success with respect to the resources, since we all know you can't run down to your local bank and get a loan for some of this stuff. So I concur with you. I think 3 years, and that's consistent with the conversation that we had around social consumption, that we want to allow 3 years and see where we are. So I'm comfortable with the 3 years as well.
Thank you. Roy, going in reverse order?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. And it sounds like we're all in alignment so far. I agree with the 3 years. The 36 months is consistent with what we did with the first delivery, licenses, and then with social consumption. So to remain consistent, I think that's important. Also, if we add, we all agree on the 3 years. And then you add the original 36 months in the bonus year in the 3 years, that is a 7-year exclusivity. That will add up to 7 years of exclusivity. And we can always go back in and reevaluate. There are moving parts. The bill in front of the, Massachusetts legislature, federal rescheduling, that could play, we don't know how and when or if, but that we have some trigger language in there. If that happens, we can go back in. Litigation could be a factor. We don't know. So there is things out there that, the unknown in the future. So for all of those reasons, and to hold our feet to the fire, to collect this contemporaneously, Attorney Bruno. So we're not doing this retrospective collection of data. We're going to do it right along. And, maybe, we're going to have public hearings and we'll go in. If fixes need to be made, we'll be more nimble than we were last time. And so having said that, if we ratify 36-month extension, that will be a 7-year exclusivity.
Okay, and Commissioner Benedon?
Yeah, thank you. So I wanted to make a couple of points, and these are really more for, I think, the benefit of the public and establishing a record of why we're doing this, not so much for my fellow commissioners who are well aware. But I did want to point out where all of this comes from, kind of as some background. So the statute that the voters initially approved very clearly specifies that the commission shall establish regulations which shall include procedures and policies to promote and encourage full participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities that have previously been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement and positively impact those communities. And then along those same lines, in our own mission statement, which we then adopted, it's short, it's only 4 sentences. And the last sentence is, we will develop policies and procedures to encourage and enable full participation in the marijuana industry by people from communities that have previously been disproportionately harmed by prohibition and enforcement, and we will positively impact those communities. So again, I say this only as background because this is part of our mission. And so we're not here to decide whether it's good policy to encourage participation. We've already decided that.
That's right.
The voters have already decided that. And so to me, then the question is what do we do next to make sure that we are mindful every day in what we do? in furthering those policies. So exclusivity was intended as a license type with a lower barrier to entry compared to the other license types. It is clear to me from the report from the Donahue Institute that most of the goals that were established have not been met. Of the 7 goals that were presented earlier, I asked some questions about the conclusions regarding some of them, but overall, I'm satisfied that we don't need to find that all 7 goals are unmet. It seemed to me that maybe 1 or 2 of them that were indicated as partially met have largely been met, but I'm still comfortable extending on the basis that it is clear that most of the goals have not been met. Regarding the appropriate period of time, I do have some concerns that 3 years isn't enough. And my reason for thinking that 3 years may not be enough is that one thing that came up earlier is that we are talking about opportunities not only for the licensees that are already in the market as delivery operators or couriers, but also this being an opportunity for new applicants to enter this space during whatever period of time we extend. So let's say it's 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. We're not doing this only for the benefit of the current ones, but also to provide opportunities for new social equity applicants to get the delivery licenses. And I'm concerned that 3 years isn't enough time to fulfill those goals. There have been really important changes that have been made. I heard from everybody I talked to that the 2-driver rule, elimination of the 2-driver rule was a game changer for them. The grant funds that are available also is a game changer. And so we know that the number of licensees is still really low. And I'd like to see the number of operators, the number of licensees increase, as well as providing opportunities for the already established ones to continue to grow. So I'm just concerned that 3 years isn't enough for new people to get in and gain a foothold before this license type opens up. So I would be inclined to propose even 4 or 5 years rather than just 3.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. And just to pick up on a point, because we've been talking about kind of the leeway that we've had already. So let's keep in mind that exclusivity started when the first delivery operator opened their doors. So previously, delivery couriers didn't have the clock start ticking for almost another 4 years. So
They had an extra.
we could be looking at.
Well, they had an extra year there, and then we had an extra year average, so it's really been a 5-year period.
So.
That's a good point. Thank you.
That's a very good point.
So, and I hear what my colleague Commissioner Benedon is saying. We certainly, when we look at our numbers, there are a number of folks that are in the recertification phase. I think there's like 120. I think we definitely want to monitor movement in those numbers. But I hear your point. Again, I come back to 3 years holds our feet to the fire for a lot of the things that were pointed out within our control, but at the same time doesn't exclude us from necessarily adding years at the end of that 3-year period.
And then following on what you said, I mean, obviously we live, we've sort of had that ramp up period for people to get organized. So, and then we had we could possibly make this a 3-year, I would suggest a 3-year period with the ability, as was allowed before, without a full study, to be able to extend that for another year. I would be comfortable with that. But I, and this is one of the things that I had said, a few years ago, that the market is closing down and the opportunities are drying up. And in looking at how we have measured success, I'm still not clear how we measure success. And that's one of the reasons I look forward to working with Director Williams, because one of the things that they have done that has not had an opportunity to fully flesh itself out is persons who don't want to be licensees. There are people who I think may want to benefit from the cannabis industry. They may want to work in, industries, or they may want to be a plumber that, you know, works with cannabis, but they don't want to be in cannabis. You know, it might be someone who was in the unregulated market, who really probably shouldn't be back in the regulated market because there was a reason they were in the regulated market. It might be a problem for them, their family, whatever. But they still should be able to get some of these benefits. So this is why I think, you know, from my perspective, 3 years holds our feet to the fire. We can have that extra year where we don't have to do a full-blown study. But if we're doing things year in and year out to hold ourselves accountable, I think we will have much greater success. But it's also why I think we need to take a look at the other Donahue report. We've spent $200,000 for it. It's been there for 4 years. You know, we've had some people say, I would like the opportunity to be social equity. I mean, I was moved by the testimony when we had that extra hearing, you know, that he was begging
I'd
us
like to adopt Vernon Hill.
Vernon Hill.
Vernon Hill.
And so I think that those are some of the things that, you know, that's someone who's ready, willing, able, wants to do it, but he may not, without those special benefits of these programs, that might be a non-starter for him. So that's why I think that we need to do some of the work. And rather than extending the time period, and again, it's not, you know, this is not a negative, you know, response, but I think that we can do a better job of understanding how we measure the success of the program, how we measure the success of people who aren't licensees, but who may be benefiting economically from the industry. And I'm not sure we properly measured that yet.
And something we haven't spoken about. So we talked about going from 2 to 1 agents in a car. We talk about the extended delivery hours. We talk about the electric manifest and to be able to repackage. But we didn't mention that we raised the cap from 2 to 3. So that before they could only have 2. And part of that was we let them have 4 folks have 3. And I'd be curious to look at the numbers since we promulgated that, how many folks took advantage of that 3rd one, right? So we gave opportunity, you could only have 2 delivery licenses, you were capped. And we said, nope, let's bring it to 3. That's not in the report. We haven't discussed it, but we also availed that opportunity as well.
Well, and I think you also, and I did get an email during lunch talking about whether or not the courier model works. And ultimately we could, as I said earlier, we could extend this ad infinitum, but if the courier model doesn't work, if it, you know, Drizzly had some problems. And I think that you raised some good points about that, in that those courier numbers appear to be leading to a lot of this lack of success. And so one, what can we do for people who are in the provisional stage or, you know, the pre-certification stage? What can we do for those people who are already in the pipeline? Because we've had 1,000 people go through this program. We have 1,000 people who are already there. And so what can we do to help them? But also I think taking a tighter look at the courier model and determining whether or not we could create some, you know, figure out better ways to have some partnerships or joint ventures. That was one of the things that I believe, Commissioner Roy, you raised that during our social consumption, and we had, you know, it was a little bit.
We didn't have time to dive deep into that, but the legend, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Stebbins?
No, I was going to say your point's well taken. There are several times in the Donahue Institute report where they discuss the lucrative nature of that delivery courier license.
Yeah,
you know,
it's doing
most of them
better.
only have 2 retail connections or
That's
contracts.
right.
And sales have kind of flattened out. I would love for us to find an opportunity again. We don't control the social equity trust fund, reminder for the umpteenth time, but talking to them about is an eligible application to help people move from what we know is not a lucrative license type towards the delivery operator license type, which may have some more benefits at the end of the day.
Any other further comments? All right. So Attorney Bruno, do you want to walk us through the red lines?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Thank you. So we are on page 37 under 500.050 subsection 10 marijuana couriers.
Oh, sorry. In the essence of time, if we have consensus or we have 3 out of 4 that just want the 3 to save her from reading all of the 5 to 7 and all of the, no, we're not going to extend. Does that make sense, Chair?
Executive Director?
Could I just ask for clarification? I think you had thrown out something, obviously, we used in the first round, the 1-year extension. I don't know that if that's something that we want to be factoring
The
in.
3 plus the 1
The
year.
3 plus 1.
Yeah, that would be in that recommendation, that.
And I think hopefully that captures what Commissioner Benedon is thinking. It does give that additional opportunity, but it will require an additional vote. And by then, I think some questions will be answered without, and we will be doing a study. Frankly, we will be doing a study before that 3-year period, not after. We did the study after the 3-year period. We now are going to be doing the study during the 3-year period.
Mhm.
So it will make our deliberation and our vote, and we won't have to spend extra money to get that done. So, Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of support that, obviously what we saw through this study and we discussed today was that a lot of changes happened in that period. And so some of those changes happened at different periods and were on different impetuses, right? The legislature versus the commission on the 2-driver rule, whereas, the equity fund was through the legislature. So again, where the legislature may be considering going from an opt-in to an opt-out, that would be obviously a significant change to this market. And so I think leaving the board the option in the future to extend, should they say, okay, the legislature did this, but it really didn't come into effect until 2027, and therefore we want to see if it's having the intended impact. It just gives the flexibility that I think obviously we had utilized this last time.
Are folks comfortable? I mean, so let me, if you could just restate what you're suggesting.
I think we should figure out where everybody's at, and if we have 3 to carry towards the 3-year, 36-month, then why would she go through like all of everything else? But it's up to
Attorney Bruno?
Madam Chair, if I may, I'm happy to have the board poll for consensus. I do just want to clarify some things just for the public, so the public's aware. The marijuana courier and language for exclusivity and the delivery, marijuana delivery operator licensee, the language mirrors each other exactly. So your discussion about any changes to this language would be reflected mirror for mirror, word for word on the delivery operator license.
Mm-hmm.
But additionally, I know the board has been discussing that extension without having to have a report and have research and additional data. In the
But if I can clarify, and again, because we didn't do it right the first time, and we need to do it right this time, but it's not having, I just want to make sure it's not having the data, it's that
Right.
we're going to be adding language that I don't know how we beef up what we already had there before to make sure that we do it, but we need to make sure that we do it. And so, we might want to add some language, and I know that this is something that you might have asked for, a short period of time to kind of craft this. One of the things I would suggest is that we do have an annual report, and not wait for the report to be 3 years down the line, but that every single year we're taking the temperature, we're gauging, because then that also can be in real time, we can be figuring out what success is or is not. And so, there might be some language like that. So unlike what we originally did, we said, in 3 years, you have to be collecting this data in real time, and then we're going to come, and we didn't collect the data in real time, so then we had to pay money. So if we hold ourselves accountable to an annual report, if you will, an interim report, and again, allowing Dr. Johnson unfettered access to all the data so she can do her job. She can add that to her report to the legislature, and then we get to see how are we doing. And so we're not really waiting even 3 years to determine, and in real time, we can, make some changes or tweaks. The courier license just might not be economically feasible, period. And this is that, and that's, and so I just want to make sure that we are doing this in a way, we've gotten very fulsome research, but we also want to make sure that this holds up in litigation. And so that's I'm thinking if we go from 3 with an ability to extend for 1 year, but that every single year that we have our research team doing at least data collection and reporting back to us. And I think we're going to have to also do some additional work on what is success, because I'm not sure we're measuring everything. The work that the director is doing on other measures of success, I don't think we fully know what that is right now. And so I think that we can also be looking at different ways to have success. The licensure is the issue, but there might be some people who don't want to own a license, can't own a license. It's never going to be, but they should be benefiting from this industry. So that's, Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify because as you can see on the screen in subsections 2 and 3, we did mirror the amendments that the board had made to the social consumption exclusivity period. The one thing I do want to note for the board, because it has been discussed, is whether there's an option to extend for 12 months versus 24 months. And that is in subsection 3. So that reads, the licensee shall generally be available to applicants after the exclusivity period unless the commissioners affirmatively vote to extend the period of exclusivity by a period of 24 months is the proposed language. That's certainly for consideration. That was simply adopted as a proposed amendment based upon what the board have put together for social consumption. So I just wanted to highlight that since the board has been discussing that, it's certainly a consideration, policy consideration for the board.
Right. And I'll react first. I do think that social consumption is a way different beast. And it's, we know that, it's a much more significant lift in terms of getting the money for something like this. And so, that is why, I would be less sanguine about the longer period. I think that 12 months is enough, because ultimately I think that the hard work that we have to do now is frankly determining whether some of these lower barrier to entry licenses, how we make them work. Because if they don't work, encouraging people to get into that line of work, I think is a bridge to nowhere. And we need to make sure that we're not doing exactly. So, I got a very heartfelt letter, and I think we all did, from one particular social equity applicant. I won't go into all of it, but I'm losing my house. So we just want to make sure that we are not creating false opportunity for people to get into something and mortgage their houses and mortgage their family's future. And so that's why I think a tighter goal, tighter extension period. And I think that if we make a commitment that we're actually going to do this every single year, I think we'll have more success. And again, we can always amend that in 3 years. You know what I mean? This is something regulations are meant to be changed. And that's my concern. Is I think we need to keep as tight as possible. I think that it keeps us safest with any litigation threat. So that's where I come down. I think it's really the threat of potential litigation. So Commissioner Roy, do you want to?
Could there be language like a proviso that the commission reserves the right to re-examine the exclusivity period at any time? And meaning like the legislature could, on the state level, could pass something that we need to reevaluate. The federal could be federal rescheduling. So can we put a proviso that we can go in at any time to reevaluate?
Madam Chair.
You can go in at any time to reevaluate if you want to.
So you don't need a proviso, is what you're saying.
To Madam Chair's point, that the commission is open to amend these regulations as it sees fit. And so you would have that opportunity at any point in time that you would find it appropriate. If there is a rescheduling, if there is a further need based upon the market demand, there's also built into the regulations as it currently stands. If there's, for example, in subsection 4, if there's progress towards the goals and there's additional demand where the current licensee, the world of license delivery or courier licensees are not meeting that demand, then the board could potentially open this to other types of applicants, such as minority businesses, women-owned businesses, veterans, and other types of potential applicants. And so I think 1, it already contemplates that, and 2, as the board, you have the authority to amend the regulations if there's a need in the future.
Commissioner Ray.
Rachel, could you scroll the other way so I can see two? So you're proposing here that the commission shall in real time collect, publicly report on data measuring the criteria throughout the exclusivity period every 6 months. So it's going to be collected in real time, but it's going to be.
There was also some question, but in real time versus 6 months.
Contemporaneously.
Yeah, didn't we need to look at that language? Because that was our research team was a little bit concerned about what
Data
in real.
being was.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So Madam Chair, thank you. Just on our page guide, we do have a proposed amendment to that subsection 2, but that would also apply to subsection 11 for delivery operator. And then additionally, I wanted to just highlight this because that in real time language is also used for the social consumption exclusivity period. The concern that we've heard from staff is that in real time would mean minute for minute reporting, and we don't necessarily have the capacity or capability to do that with the technology that we have. So the proposal is for the term contemporaneously, that the commission shall contemporaneously collect and publicly report on data measuring the criteria throughout the exclusivity period every 6 months. Additionally, this language again mirrors what the board saw fit for public reporting and data gathering for the social consumption. So that's where it comes from. But I just want the board to be aware that.
But you had given us that
Yes.
feedback after we did this, and, you know, I don't know if we need to fix that in the next.
Yes, so we can do that right now, Madam Chair, and it's
all right.
actually noticed on the agenda for today, so we're able to do that, and that's why I highlighted it's also in social consumption, just that any vote on this draft would include that change from in real time to contemporaneous for social consumption as well.
And if I may, for context, I pushed for the in real time clause because I didn't want history to repeat itself and not do this over the period and then have to hire $75,000 report and do it retrospectively. So the fact that Dr. Stark just said, well, to Attorney Bruto's point, we can't collect it minute by minute. So what's the next best thing?
Yeah.
Contemporaneous.
In real time, I would think just, I want it close, and
Yeah.
I want to know it
I
like
know.
week by week or month, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? And so to me, it's just the opposite of after 3 years.
Exactly.
You know, Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, is contemporaneous the intent?
Well, I'd
Attorney
like
Bruno?
to read the definition. I mean, here we go again with the definition of, you know, but could we all have the same understanding of contemporaneously?
Yes, I think the intent with contemporaneously is that instead of minute by minute, it generally a little bit more broadly means that along the same period of time, as opposed to second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour, that it's happening at the same time as the exclusivity period is occurring.
Contemporaneously is the adverb meaning happening or existing at the same time in the same period or concurrently with something else. Often used in historical or formal contexts to describe events or things occurring together. Are you guys good? Yeah.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But again, I just don't want to wait 3 years.
Yeah, no.
That's exactly.
Please, thank you, Commissioner Stevenson.
Thank you, Chair. And, you know, we were doing the 2x2s. I know this was a concern raised by Dr. Sarkis. And I'm okay with that language change, again, knowing that there is some reporting and data measuring that criteria every 6 months, which I think will be helpful. That every 6 months is more helpful to me than the difference between in real time and contemporary.
I agree. Yeah. I think that's good. Yeah.
Okay, all right, so taking your suggestion, Commissioner Bennett, sorry.
Just one further point on this language, and, you know, even though I would prefer to see a longer extension than 3 years, I also won't let perfect be the enemy of the good, and I think some extension is really important.
Yeah.
But I do question why, especially if we're going with only a 3-year extension, is it necessary to limit ourselves to a further extension of 24 months, or could we change the language in subsection 3 that's on the screen to just say, unless the commissioners affirmatively vote to further extend the period of exclusivity.
I'm sorry, I'm not at the forgetting your name stage yet. And just kind of walk me through, because I'm not sure I'm following.
Yeah, so what these proposed amendments would provide is that we extend the period by, it sounds like the consensus is zeroing in on 3 years, and then
3 years plus a year, plus a potential kick.
Potential.
Yeah, potential.
Well, she's proposing something different.
right, so do we have to identify what the potential further extension is, whether it's 12 months or 24 months, or could we just leave it a little
At the
bit?
discretion of
more
the commission.
open-ended and
I like
say,
that better.
unless commissioners
I like that
further
better.
extend?
I like that. I don't know. How do you feel about that? I think that's an excellent.
That's a
thing.
great
I prefer that. I like that.
I
That's
love
good.
it.
Okay. So I hope that, so my sense is, do we have concurrence, if not a vote yet, and we'll let our team go and do what they need to do, but yet, I don't know if we still need to walk through, some of this language here, but do we have the consensus? I think we're thinking 3 years plus a 1-year extension.
No.
Wait a minute, am I saying the right? So then you say it if I get it wrong.
Yes, I will. So I'm happy to repeat this to just generally gather consensus. So I think what I'm hearing from the board is that there is consensus, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the board is comfortable with a 3-year extension generally for exclusivity, and that the commission may, after that, the end of that 3-year period, the commission may vote to further extend that exclusivity period at their discretion.
Bingo.
Yes, thank you. I used the word extension. I
Just 1
apologize.
year.
Yes, yeah. I said it. Yeah. We're getting close.
You good though?
Yeah, I gotta get through here today. Good. All right, so do we have a nod for everybody? We're not taking official vote, but we have some consensus. Okay, so dotting the i's and crossing the t's. What do we do now?
I would suggest, Madam Chair, I think it would be appropriate just to kind of conclude the delivery exclusivity discussion. We do have language for a vote. And so that, I believe, is in your
Yes.
materials. And so I would propose that it would be appropriate to take that vote if you're comfortable.
Commissioner Roy,
And also, this doesn't close the book. We still have to go through the problem. We still have to go through red line. We still get public comment. We
Right.
still, so there's tweaks to be
maybe
made.
we're defining scope.
Yeah.
Right.
And we're giving her a red line that we can send to the Secretary of State, right?
Yes.
So that's, but again, this isn't the final version. This is just
Right.
the first iteration.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Always a good reminder, just because we vote today doesn't mean everybody can run right out tomorrow. You have, in the board book, you have another change around a provision which says we can reserve the authority to review.
Thank you.
I do have some concerns about that language, so I don't know if you want to walk through.
Please,
that.
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I had not crossed up all the things on my own checklist, and thank you so much for reminding me that that was on my own list. So there is a proposed additional amendment. I apologize again for not having reviewed that, but this is on the page guide. It would go after 05010B5 or 05011F5. I'll just read the language. The commission reserves the authority to review and where appropriate amend the exclusivity period set forth in 935 CMR 500-05010B in the event of a change in federal law governing marijuana, including but not limited to rescheduling under the Federal Controlled Substances Act following commission vote and any required rulemaking. I'll certainly turn this over to
Yeah, that was my,
Commissioner Roy.
thank you for doing that. Commissioner Roy, this is my proposal. I'm thinking we could increase opportunity if there is federal rescheduling. We could broaden the language because we know that the local legislation will, if it goes through as we see it, will give us the opportunity to increase opportunity to medical access and create license types at our discretion, which might help here. So I would say any legislation, whether federal or local, would reserve us the right to go in and re-examine and figure out how do we create more opportunity or what we can do here. But I just wanted some trigger language put in around that.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you. And thank you for that explanation, because when I first read this language,
You were thinking at the opposite.
I was looking at it's going to have a chilling effect. We're about to
Yeah.
get 3 years,
Yeah, no,
but this commission or another commission may come in and say,
Yeah.
we're going to change it up.
Yeah.
So I'm comfortable leaving that in at this point, just because we want to get to putting something out there for public comment, but I appreciate that explanation.
Yep.
But that's where my concern is. Sorry.
All right, so Attorney Bruno, how, so in terms of how we take this vote, so can you help me just craft that language? If you could state it, and then I will ask Commissioner Stebbins to move to adopt the language as Attorney Bruno states it.
Bear with me for just one
Please,
moment.
thank you. Yeah, again, if we had talked about possibly, I think this is going as quickly as we possibly can today. So Commissioner Wright?
Commissioner Benedon's suggestion, which we all loved, is that going to be baked into what goes out when we vote? So that'll be, before it goes to Secretary of State, that will be
Yes.
incorporated? Okay, just
I
want
will make that appropriate amendment, and then it will certainly, if there's any need for change with that language, after public comment, we can make any necessary change, but we'll include that to the draft will appropriately reflect.
And this is also, not having as much extensive experience in regulation as I've had in legislation, defining scope. And that's ultimately what I think we're doing here is we're sort of broadly defining the scope of what we're going to send to the Secretary of State's office. And then that limits some of the things that we can do. But it does allow us to make some tweaks to fix things as we take comments, so.
The motion for the vote, I will read. Motion to find, informed by its review of available data and staff analysis, that the goals and objectives of the exclusivity periods for marijuana courier licenses and marijuana delivery operator licenses have not yet been met. And based on that finding, extend the exclusivity period for marijuana courier licenses by 3 years pursuant to 935 CMR 500-050 10B3. Extend the exclusivity period for marijuana delivery operator licenses by 3 years pursuant to 935 CMR 500-050 11F3. And extend the exclusivity period for marijuana micro businesses with delivery endorsements by 3 years pursuant to 935 CMR 500-050 5E and 935 CMR 500-050 10B.
Okay, and did I heard you say marijuana micro businesses twice, right?
Marijuana micro businesses with delivery endorsements,
Okay, you said it. I thought I missed you said it. I heard you say it the second time and I didn't. Okay, that's fine. Okay, are we comfortable with that motion? Commissioner Stebbins, will you move that the commission accept this language?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will take the call of the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. Yeah, no. I want to, because I want to give them time to catch their breath. And so, Commissioner Roy?
So, I know we're going to pivot on to secret shopper.
Right.
So I think just for the public, so I have an opening quasi lengthy statement I'm going to read. And then we're going to take a hiatus to have a legal break to do 2x2s. Correct? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we can hit the bio break now.
Why don't you?
I'll give you the benefit of some time.
Oh, do you? Okay. No. Sorry. I was thinking that.
I never questioned that.
Would you make a motion for us to adjourn until?
No, but I have to, no, we can't go on the 2x2s until I read this.
Wait a minute. Oh. So let's recess.
But no, he needs,
I'm saying we'll recess so we can
okay.
take a break.
Oh, okay.
And then you'll come back and give your statement.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what you want to do. Yes. So we'll take a brief recess until 2:15. Do I hear a motion?
So
Do I hear a second? Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. I oppose. The ayes have it. We will be back here at 2:15.
That's usually me.
Thank you.
Something. That's usually me asking. I could
Calling the meeting back to order. We will start by asking Commissioner Roy to make a statement about the secret shopper.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, my statement, I'm going to read a quasi-lengthy statement about secret shopper and what I feel is the need to place it into scope for this regulatory round. So thank you, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. Today's discussion presents an opportunity to strengthen a tool this body has already authorized but not fully deployed, the Commission's Secret Shopper Program. Under our existing regulations, the Commission may conduct unannounced purchases for investigative testing to assess compliance with laboratory testing standards and identification check requirements. But practical and operational limits have prevented full implementation to date. The intent of this program has always been clear: to protect public health and safety by validating what consumers encounter at the point of sale matches what our regulations require on paper. That includes verifying that products sold on shelves meet testing and labeling standards, and that staff consistently comply with age verification obligations so cannabis does not end up in the hands of individuals who are underage. Over the last several years, the Commonwealth and this Commission has seen how gaps in testing oversight and inconsistencies among laboratories can undermine confidence in the regulated market. Recent actions by the Commission to tighten testing requirements and promote more consistent use of independent testing laboratories reflect a recognition that rigorous independent testing is essential to public health and safety. A fully realized secret shopper program is a natural companion to those efforts, allowing the agency to obtain off-the-shelf samples and compare real-world product performance with the results reported through our compliance system. Other highly regulated industries routinely use mystery shoppers and compliance checks, including pseudo-underage purchasers to monitor whether age restrictions are being respected in practice and to deter unlawful sales. Research in tobacco control in similar fields has shown that mystery shopper programs can reveal persistent noncompliance with ID check requirements and support targeted enforcement and education. As more jurisdictions begin to incorporate secret shopper mechanisms directly into cannabis law and regulation, Massachusetts has an opportunity to remain a leader by modernizing and operationalizing the framework we already have. To do that, this Commission should explicitly put into scope, as part of this current regulatory drafting and promulgation, an update to the secret shopper program that authorizes structured third-party participation. That includes allowing qualified Commission-approved independent entities to obtain products directly from licensed retailers for confirmatory off-the-shelf testing through Commission-approved independent testing laboratories, and allowing trained third-party participants to assist in age verification compliance checks under carefully controlled conditions with clear guardrails to protect both licensees and participants. This update would preserve Commission oversight and decision-making while expand our operational capacity. It would give investigations and enforcement a practical, flexible tool to verify whether products and practices in the field match what is reported to us, and whether youth access prevention measures are functioning as intended. The data generated can inform targeted corrective action, licensee education, and future rulemaking rather than being used as purely punitive mechanism. For these reasons, I'm asking my colleagues to support including explicit secret shopper program enhancements, particularly third-party participation for off-the-shelf purchases and age verification checks in this regulatory package. Doing so will align our rules with our public health mission, strengthen consumer and community trust, and ensure that this program, which has existed in concept for years, can finally be executed in practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. So now we have some work to do with our legal counsel, and we will go into how long do you think this research should take? And again, just explain to the public that we need to get some background and information about how this has been drafted. Open meeting law precludes us from doing this outside of public meeting. So we will be taking a research. Could you just suggest how long the recess might take?
Could we go until 3:00? Or I can potentially be two with,
Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, I mean, I just want to make sure we give you enough time. I'd rather take more time because I think that we always had a very long, lengthy conversation here, and I'm hoping that this, what is your sense? Not that, we asked a lot of questions, and so maybe, I just want to make sure that when we come back, we have enough time to get through this today.
right, I'm trying to be mindful of that as well. So, I think we can go into a recess. We can aim maybe to come back for 3:00 if we need a little bit more time.
Okay,
We can
that's
go
fine.
Past that,
Yeah.
but I'd rather the public, I think it's probably better that the public expect us back. And if we need a little more time, we have it rather than start early.
All right, fine. Okay. All right. So, Commissioner Benedott, I will accept a motion to recess until 3:00 this afternoon. Do I hear that motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Roy, do you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I call the roll. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, the ayes have it. So you are,
What are the 2x2s?
two, I think that's what we did.
Okay.
previously, right?
Okay.
Okay, returning back from our recess, and again, thank you for indulging us for the extra amount of time to get this done. I will turn this back over to Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so turning to our trustee page guide, we have proposed amendments to 500, 303, and 501, 303, unannounced purchase for purpose of investigative testing, the secret shopper program. So this begins, I believe, on page 136 of the 500 draft. If you bear with us for just one moment.
While you're doing that, can I level set us while you're looking that up?
Commissioner Roy, yep.
So, and let me just back up that, you know, some of us weren't here. Commissioner Benedon, you're newer to the board. Commissioner Chair O'Brien, you were not present with us at that time for reasons we all know. Attorney Bruno, you weren't a part of the commission yet. So to level set us, the July 28th public meeting, when we were going through secret shopper, I brought up secret shopper that please explain to me how we can execute secret shopper for age verification for social consumption sites based on the current configuration of regulations. And we cannot, because we cannot hire the 20-year-old from Worcester State and so I said, let's throw it in scope, July 28th, 2025, after previously, before that, even mentioning it a ton. So there has been a huge lead up. At the time, DGC Baker gave me advice. I went back and just watched the meeting again. It's memorialized. And he said, instead of tackling Commission Delegate, go to 303, Commissioner Roy.
Why don't you direct folks to the actual timestamp on the video? So people, I mean, again, if there are any questions, if people want to take a look at that later, you can understand where this originally was attempted to officially. I thought it was December. I was
So, okay, so then Attorney Baker, Deputy General Counsel says, Commissioner Roy, because we use the word delegate throughout the regulations, let's leave that alone. Why don't we work and redo 303? And so I said, okay, can we do that? And people said, well, 30 minutes isn't enough time. You can't do this in 30 minutes. I said, well, give me a few days. And then Commissioner Concepcion said, let's get it in the April round for exclusivity. It'll be, and then everybody agreed. And the executive director said, yep, we're going to look at implementation. So you weren't here. Everybody agreed should be in scope in the next round in the housed in the regulation in 303 per DGC Baker. So pulling it out is like a red herring for me today. And I was a little shocked to hear that actually. And when everybody since July has been aware, legal has had plenty of time. General counsel, you were general counsel at the time, you were here for that meeting. This conversation is all memorialized. So it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that this is happening. And quite frankly, we've been derelict in our duty in public health and public safety that this hasn't happened. So I'm like, don't want to hear any more roadblocks because there's been so many roadblocks. And, you know, so I'm excited for this. And I was a little surprised today with the suggestion to house it outside of regulation when it should be in, like, I sat with ABC News with the executive director about underage children accessing regulated products. You just sat with Mike Baudet. We sat with Mike Baudet. And Mass General just came out with a study saying these young people are getting it from the regulated market, and we have no way to age verify right now. So I believe this belongs in regulation, and I would be extraordinarily disappointed if it was housed. Put it out there and let's get the public comment. And this will serve as a deterrent as well. We have a Mass General study pointing fingers at this commission saying young people are getting product from a regulated market. And this should be no surprise.
Which, by the way, you know, we do have some questions about whether or not.
Let's prove it.
Well, let's prove it wrong, but, you know, and there is some evidence that perhaps it's coming from intoxicating hemp. But Commissioner Roy just raised this again. This is part of the problem because of open meeting. Yep. You know, we can only talk in twos. We can't talk in threes or fours. But one of the other issues, and happily, I just saw that we're going to be setting up a meeting with the Executive Director Ahern, the issue of inversion. I think we also, we actually put in the social consumption regs. We finally defined inversion and diversion. And some of the research that I've done, and I had a very eye-opening presentation from a licensee about inversion. And, you know, I'm not going to get into the details, but one of the problems that we have is that I think we will be looking at testing protocols. We have a working group. And can I just quickly ask Director Ahern, I think we'd initially thought we were going to get we haven't gotten the testing protocol proposal. Have we gotten that yet?
Not yet at all.
When are we getting that? Tomorrow?
I'll give an update tomorrow.
Oh, all right, okay, because we were supposed to get that, you know, by the end of the year, and again, it's a lot of work. But what I was told is that what happens with inversion is that, and because some states have last form testing, we don't. We test for flower. And so what they have showed me is as they are looking to extract THC, sometimes there are spiked ethanol, you know, agents that are used to supercharge the THC, which frankly, the psychosis related problems in kids that the MGH study showed, that's a problem. And that's something that this is a public safety issue. It's why data has to be made public. It's why all the information needs to be out there. So what I've been told and what I've seen, you can graphically see that our testing labs they're just testing for the THC. And so it's almost like you have to take these pre-rolls apart and look at them, and visually inspecting them, you can see there are crystals in the pre-rolls. And so that is why, while this is so important, because we're still going to be working on testing protocol, which could address that final form problem that we're having, or as I've asked the question also with the spiked ethanol that allegedly is coming into the state to as inversion to supercharge products. I think we should be able to test that, but we're not doing that right now. So we are going to have to do a lot of work in testing. We're going to have to set up a whole round of regulations. But that's why the secret shopper, doing this now in regs and sending a strong and consistent message. One, we want to take care of kids. We want to prevent kids from getting access to these products. Two, I don't think you don't actually have to spend a lot of money on something like this, because you'd only have to have a couple of visits to do this. And there will be people who may not pass, who may not pass muster here. So I think that I had thought that Commissioner Roy, and again, I was not here for the July 28th, 2025 meeting. I actually thought she first raised and asked this to be in scope in December, but in fact, she actually asked, and I did not know this, she asked for this to be in scope for the social consumption. And so for social consumption, having secret shopper, that is something we probably should have done it for secret shopper. And I tried to raise that when we were doing the secret shopper, when we were doing the social consumption regs. But by the time I was able to say, gee, I think this is a good idea, it was out of scope. So that's why I think we need to create the scope here. We can always reduce it if we decide it's a bad idea. But, I just want to, again, not knowing all of the details, I think initially when you were presenting an alternative option to do this, I was inclined to understand it, but it wasn't until I heard that she attempted to put this into the social consumption. I knew that I tried to put it into the social consumption. It was told, oh, you can't do that because it's not in scope. So I think that setting the table is important. And so just kind of bringing that back to you.
If I may,
Sure.
so I shared in the group chat, the meeting, the timestamp of the meeting, which was 1 hour, 14 minutes and 48 seconds. Around secret shopper, and I requested to put it into scope where legal advice and legal counsel of Deputy General Counsel Baker said, Commissioner Roy, rework 303, and that's what I recommend, and that's what I did, exactly what Attorney Baker.
Meaning that's the language you're presenting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just want to address and speak at public meeting as far as what the proposals are. So Commissioner Roy, her proposal is listed just under on the page guide, the proposed amendment here. This is the red line version of that. I just want to reflect on Commissioner Roy's statement. It's by no means legal's intention to say no to what the board would like to execute on secret shopper. All that legal is presenting is options and how other agencies in practice have implemented secret shopper and how they have dealt with their regulations. So I just want to be clear that it's certainly not, it's not our intention to take things out of regulation and destroy a project that is very, very important and critical for public health and safety. It's just a matter of execution. And that's certainly a decision for the board. We act as your attorneys to advise as to options. We provide our clients with options. And so that's all it was intended as far as legal potential operations.
And thank you, Attorney Bruno. I appreciate that so much. And you're incredible. And you've done so much work that is not lost on any of us. I don't think you had the full historical context, and that's all I wanted just to share that with everybody folks that weren't here at the time. So,
Can I ask the general counsel, when this was raised on July 28th, what happened with the legal team? What was the reaction response? And was anybody assigned to actually do what Commissioner Roy did, which is draft an amendment so that we could do this in another, regulatory round? What happened after the July 28th meeting?
If I may, Madam Chair, I would have to defer to Deputy General Counsel Baker on that.
Were you at that meeting? Did you attend the July 28th meeting?
I did attend the meeting, yes, but had not caught up with the Deputy General Counsel after the meeting, as the topic was not having to do with secret shopper. So I don't have an answer to that question.
But this is also one of the things in terms of managing the legal team. Okay, this is a very, very serious issue, and you and I have had disagreements about transparency, about the issue of testing. And this is one tool that we can use. And Commissioner Roy raised it. She's raised it multiple times. You're the boss. You run the team. And so ultimately you are responsible when a commissioner raises this in a meeting and you've had someone from your team respond, provide her with legal advice. And I think that this is something, and this might be something that the executive director can work on, is that they're probably, and I think that you should probably create a running tally when a commissioner raises an issue that's this important, that comes to transparency, that comes to accountability, that comes to public health. It's why we've given a lot of pushback, on hiding data from the legislative report. This is one of those tools that we can use that helps us keep the public healthy and safe. So again, it sounds like you didn't, it's okay. If you need to wait.
Going to get you
Okay.
Against it, I should get a chance.
What I'm saying is, what you've said is that you cannot answer the question because you did not consult with Attorney Baker after the meeting. Is that correct?
I would have to consult with Attorney Baker to see what the last conversation was on that. So,
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
But to your other points
Sure.
about the general counsel or others in legal trying to hide data, that has never been the case. And I want to firmly state that for the record, that the advice that the general counsel has given and the legal office, generally speaking, has been for the purpose of representing the commission and protecting the commission's interests and protecting the commission from liability, and not for any kind of nefarious or otherwise underhanded kind of suggestion that.
Can I tell you, I've not stated underhanded, I've stated transparency. And one of the questions I've also asked you is, there is additional potential liability for the commission in not protecting public health and safety. And again, we can allow, because I want to make sure that Commissioner Benedon hopefully can make her train, tonight. Again, I know, and we'll go as long as it takes. We'll go as long as it takes. But this is part of the transparency issue. And this is part of getting some of the tools when we don't have enough money to set up an independent testing lab. And I will take back the word data and I will put information, because I think that information is something that I think we agreed to in the meeting where we talked about the legislative report. So again, no, that's okay. I'd like to move on because Commissioner, and again, I think that I would like to ask the executive director, we have to create a process when a commissioner raises something like this that is of such importance. And we've known that this is an issue. We've talked about this in multiple meetings. It can't be, we talk about it. She gets legal advice from the deputy general counsel, and then there is no follow-up. we need to make sure. I was unaware of that. I knew that she had asked if we could put it in scope again. First, again, I think we're good. Executive Director Ahern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think just to kind of also level set as well here of what we're talking about is a regulatory package that's looking to be filed by this Friday with the timeline that was carried out earlier. We had a discussion with the legal team and commissioners in separate settings under open meeting law where this was discussed of putting this in scope, and Commissioner Roy and I have discussed. I think ultimately, I don't know specifically where the commission is going to come down on what you'd like to see in this regulatory package. I think the question we need to answer today is going to be whether or not to put it in scope. The way that I view it, and this is just a level set as well, but obviously a discussion for the commissioners, is really providing options for the commission of how it undergoes its secret shopper program in the future. I know we've had discussions on that. We've used a task force. We have some optionality. We've talked about the resources that we'll need to carry out a full program. To me, some of the discussion that we'll have today on whether or not to put this in is about giving us other options with that program. And then as far as the discussion and tracking things that come out of meetings, we certainly do that in debriefs after meetings. But in terms of setting the expectation of addressing it through 303 versus delegee, I think that obviously that was kind of the discussions that we've had since then, which is that the delegee is not the proper way to accomplish it. And that was the legal advice at the time.
Okay, and again, Commissioner Wright.
Yes, and thank you. So I did exactly what Deputy General Counsel Baker told me to do. Tackle 303. So I took his legal advice literally and I did it. And, you know, while I'm asking my colleagues is let's put it out there and we can narrow it. But if we call it out, we're hamstringing ourselves. So if we leave it in there, we can decide ultimately what's housed where. This is the first iteration. And so I did exactly what the Deputy General Counsel, and you agreed with me at the time too, you were the acting chair at the time. Everybody was in agreement. I did exactly what I was advised to do. And like today, I was shocked. So.
But I also think, and this is, and again, you know, we're dealing with this last minute time frame because years ago, this was put in motion, the exclusivity. And so initially trying to put this into regulation, and I think that Commissioner Wright, you know, she's made some, and it's the reason that I asked that this be, you know, I put this on the agenda is because, you know, we have asked for this to be done, we've raised these questions, and we were told, you were there. We were literally told by our former executive director, he implied that we had a secret shopper program. We have language, but we don't have a secret shopper program. And that's the problem is that we have to, just as I spoke in the previous iteration of this conversation about regulatory change, we have to hold ourselves accountable. There's nothing nefarious and there's nothing wrong with protecting us from liability, but there are two sides to the liability point. There's liability, you know, in terms of asking, you know, ITLs if we allow them, we'll get them to sign a waiver. There's liability if we don't provide not data, full information to, you know, in a report that's been done by our research team. And that's what I'm saying is that this is a transparency. I understand the job that the general counsel has to do, but I'm telling you that as commissioners, it's our job to protect public health and safety. This is one of those tools that we can use. And I think that that's why, otherwise I would not have additionally burdened because I know how much work Attorney Bruno has done to help get us over the goal line in terms of the social consumption. And I know how hard she worked on that. And again, I worry less about the work that, or the ability of the commissioners to absorb all this. But I worry about your ability to deal with this because we have a very, very compact timeline right now. So Commissioner Roy.
And the three of us were there. And I think it was the January 2023 meeting. And I brought Secret Shopper and do we have a Secret Shopper program? And you remember the answer we got. And then Commissioner Evans, you said, no, we don't. At the meeting, you're like, we're not doing it. Like, so you would even remember this is January of 2023. I have brought this up. This is how far back this baby goes. So I remember you saying, you're like, no, we don't. Like, so even you knew it, like we all knew at the time.
So anyway, let's just bring it back. I appreciate Attorney Bruno offering us some options. I think that you've done a ton of work looking at other public agencies that do secret shopper. And again, I've told you, as the former state treasurer, I was chair of the lottery commission, and we regularly did secret shopper. But as we were discussing offline, secret shopper, whether it's, it's age gating cigarettes, right? And so one of the functions of secret shopper here will be to make sure that we're properly age gating retail products for kids. But the other side of that coin is also, how are we looking at what apparently is potentially a broad problem with testing fraud? And the only way we can find testing fraud is with data. The only way we can find testing fraud is if we are holding people accountable. But one of the ways we can reduce testing fraud is that if retailers or manufacturers or cultivators are concerned that someone's going to come in and find that they haven't been playing by the rules, then the word is going to get out and people will be self-policing. And that's what this is. If we did 3 visits and publicized it across the state and nobody knew who was going to, win the roulette game, that they're all going to be a little bit more cautious, and they are. And again, we have been asked, the people, the licensees have asked us, we're legitimate players, we want to play by the rules. But people are telling us that there is not as much accountability as they would like, and they want us to hold people accountable. And then that makes it easier and more profitable for the folks who are following the rules to make money and to be competitive. And the people who aren't following the rules, they will be weeded out. So anyway, I don't know if there are any other comments or questions, and we have taken up a lot of the floor. So
even the CAB has been imploring us, can you finally execute on secret shopper? Like, come on now.
But again,
It's like everybody's asking us.
offline, I've said, you have done yeoman's work.
Yeoman's work.
You've done so much work. I applaud everything you've done. I applaud the additional option, but I think that this is where I think we start. Get this in scope. We don't have a lot of time, but because we are tying this to another issue that didn't get done on time, wasn't followed on time, and that's why we have such a short timeline
If I
here.
may, your option might come into play because we might end up using that part of it in that option. So I'm grateful you brought it to our attention, and we might end up saying, okay, this section could go housed in a protocol or whatever. So that still remains on the table. It's just like, let's not take this whole scheme off the table.
And give us more time to absorb, because I don't have enough time to absorb. We only got what you presented to us this morning.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Maybe
please. Thank you.
Yes, by all means. I know we talked about being able to have a lot of meetings, and I know INE is going to want to be able to participate in this as well. And ultimately, again, it's just optionality. As Commissioner Roy said many times today, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. But ultimately, I think that we'll be able to work through a lot offline together in the next coming weeks. If we keep this in scope, we want to make sure we execute this, going forward. We didn't have a lot of opportunity to meet because it was just such an expedited time frame. And so we can certainly make that a priority to meet in the coming weeks through this reg process.
This has been an expedited timeline for you. And you have borne the brunt of expedited time requirements that predated me in some instances, but this was raised at the July 28th, 2025 meeting. We don't have an answer today. So I know that INE was informed. I know that, so we will, so I look forward to getting their feedback, but this is not out of left field, but we did not receive these protocols. And again, you're giving us options. We didn't know these options until this morning. Go ahead, General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to bring up the original point about this being raised in July, and just remind you that we just passed social consumption. That was our latest round. There would have been no other opportunity in between rounds to consider this before now. So again, I want to get back to what AGC Bruno had said. There's certainly no intent here to try to stall or to eliminate options. The intent here was to provide you with options as the board to consider,
But
So-
why wasn't it considered in social consumption? Why was it?
because it was determined to be out of scope. And,
No.
and so,
No, it wasn't.
No, don't
well, there were other
I just watched
considerations
the
at play.
Yeah,
If I may, I just watched the meeting. It was that we just need a little more time with it. It's not out of scope. We agree, because we're gonna have social consumption open and we have no way to execute age verification. So it was agreed, and we all agreed, all of us, that let's try to get it in the April round. And DGC Baker, I took his advice literally, and I did exactly what he said to do.
so yes, it was not out of scope. It was a
It was a time issue.
time issue. They didn't have enough time to get it done. So it was not out of scope. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I think you need to consult with other and consult perhaps with Chief Jones, who can talk to you about what her response was, because she was asking for more time, but it was not out of scope. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I just want to, I know we're talking more about the history here than kind of what we're looking to do. So I want to make sure people are clear on what we're looking
Yeah,
to. So I do want to clarify as well. I agree that we do not have a robust secret shopper program, that there are limitations in the way that the regs are written. Some of those concerns are probably more generally that we are often boxed in by our own regs. That's probably a larger conversation to have as the board moves forward here. In this regard, I think ultimately the answer is we have some optionality in the existing regs. We would have to have an employee, which means that we would have to hire somebody who's underage, those types of things. So that obviously restricts us, and what this gives us is
Then why have we done it?
the actual optionality. No, and I think obviously
Should I
we've had
Let's,
conversations on budget too. So I just want to make clear though, there are a variety of things within the secret shopper realm that we have done through the task force. We are certainly interested in building it into a robust secret shopper program. And so I am in favor, as I've discussed with Commissioner Roy, in increasing our optionality, which is what I hope we can get done today, so we can get the Friday deadline and keep it.
okay, Commissioner Stebbins.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, we're getting her on that train. Yeah, it's okay. That's okay.
So you appreciate the discussion and where I'm hoping in jumping into. I've read through the red line versions that were provided on the note page. Again, as we talked about earlier, this kind of kicks off a process that, and then depending on feedback and everything else as we go through the promulgation process. So, Commissioner Roy, I know this is your item, so I have some general questions I'm happy to run through, and then I have some kind of just red line tweaks if we want to move through those.
Yeah,
to
if we
maybe
could.
hopefully move the process.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Just generally, and these are in no particular order, I'll start with kind of the high level questions. As it's been pointed out, we've had secret shopper regs on the books. In looking at the changes you would like to see, are there other states that are doing this? This is the question that we always ask, right? What are other states doing? Are there other states that either have a similar program or are tackling it the way you're envisioning?
So I think government affairs could answer that best, because
Okay.
I think they did put something together for us on that. So maybe we can circle up with them, state by state.
If I may.
Yeah.
Yes, government affairs provided, that's a secret shopper working group. So in the next phase, we can make sure.
We'll make sure we disseminate that.
All right, check one.
Thank
Maybe
you.
move right along.
No, go ahead,
Keep
please.
going.
Thank you. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Third, we mentioned third parties as kind of a new definition, I think, in the regs. We move through this process, we don't have a definition for third parties in the draft regs. So just flagging that as something that we need to make sure we incorporate when we think about getting to a
Yep.
final version.
If I can just hop on that too, just
Please, thank you.
thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, in engaging third parties, consulting, contractors, et cetera, we would go through all public procurement processes. That does not need to be stipulated here. So, but I just wanted to note that.
It's going to say you don't need a definition then, because it would go through the procurement process.
No, I'm sorry. We can certainly look at whether or not it needs to be in definition. I'm just noting when we were engaging another party as defined there or as explained there, that we would be going through the public procurement process. Just wanted to note.
That's helpful.
that.
But again, cursory review, it's a definition that we capitalize. I just want to make sure there's
That's right,
a need
you're
to
right.
find it someplace. Is when you envision this, the third parties, because I think you mentioned a whole group of potential folks that would qualify for third parties, nonprofits, et cetera. Is there a sense of what that population looks like?
Yeah, well, the secret shopper are trying to accomplish two things. Off the shelf testing to make sure that products are labeled accurately, and age verification. So what is age verification? And that's when I really brought it up in July 28th meeting, because we were talking about self-consumption. And, you know, we're going to have music events, we could have music festivals, we could have these massive events. And what do we have to send 20-year-olds? So like someone that looks like they could be 21, but not quite 21. And how, you know, that's the population I'm thinking of, the college students, like, you know, so we're going to have massive events. And I just want to make sure that the population that's in these events are legally supposed to be there. And right now we have no way to do this.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yep.
If you don't mind, Cheryl.
No, please
keep going
continue.
Through a few other, obvious, and this is more of a point. I think Commissioner Roy, you spoke to this in your opening comments. This is adding another enforcement tool to the toolbox, right? We do still maintain the authority to go in and take stuff off the shelves that we get complaints about. And I know we've done some of that to a degree. If you don't mind, let me move.
Please,
down to
please, Commissioner
just
Simmons, go ahead.
pieces
Keep going.
About the regs.
Yep.
Under 1303.12A, I believe. Commission or a commission delegee may at any time without prior notice authorize an employee, commissioner, commission delegee, or other agent is authorized with a third party secret shopper. I'm a little reluctant, and again, I know this is not the final version, I'm just flagging for you that I want us to retain as much control as possible. So where we talk about a commission delegee going off and doing this, I want to make sure that a third party secret shopper is really doing it in our direction.
Absolutely. If you propose to strike it, that's something we can strike the delegee once we get to
Okay,
that process of.
okay, yeah, and again, part
This is
of
part of this. This is helpful.
part of my review, and again, kudos for all the work you've done on this. I know you've
thank
been
you.
working on it for a while. There are just some points where we use may, and I would prefer, at least at the outset, some of those change to shall. This is potentially our money we're spending, will be looked at if a
Right.
product gets bought and goes missing. So just real quickly, 3032B3, it says that meets any qualifications. I would like that to read that meets all qualifications.
So Commissioner Stebbins,
Go
can
ahead.
you track all of these proposals so that we are able to implement them? Like, do you have a list? So
Yeah.
that then when we get to that, we're able to switch.
Yeah.
Are you requesting it today to be switched by legal or?
And it looks like you've got something that's been written here. Since we're in a public meeting, can you share
Drop
that
it
in
in
the
the
chat
chat.
that makes it?
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, Commissioner Stebbins, I love your suggestions. Are you suggesting that they get immediately implemented or when we come back, we do it when we redline?
I would turn to, well, first of all, I want to explain kind of where I'm coming from and why I'm suggesting these changes. I also realize the time constraint we're under. I'm just saying that the version that goes in for the purposes of being published and starting the promulgation process, I'm okay with. I just want everybody to know some of these mays I want to have
Okay,
us
love it.
consider changing to.
And you're going to share that with all of us, so
Yep.
we all have it. That's awesome.
So, excuse some of my bumpy note taking, but, yeah, and happy to dropping these in the chat. And again, I don't need to go through them all, but there are some things there that gives the delegee options of doing it. And again, I would like to think at the outset, we control this process. Just because we don't want to be the ones who are, we're going to be the ones responsible for it. So
I
anyways,
appreciate all of those suggestions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Benedon, do you have any questions or comments that you'd like to add?
I guess my question is between the approaches of putting everything in the regulations, which I know is Commissioner Roy's preferred approach, versus putting less in the regulations and doing more through our own internal documents. Is there any reason that we can't put everything in the regulations, the red line as proposed, and put that out for public comment, even if we decide to walk it back and take a different approach?
Commissioner Roy?
Like which way is better if we decide to pivot? Is it to, it seems to me that it's better to have as much in the regulations as we can for the sake of public notice, even if we decide to walk it back, rather than doing less and then adding more.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
Yes, so scope purposes, for scope, if we would like to, if the board would like to consider potentially keeping this in reg and moving forward with any potential changes in the future, the best practice would be to keep this in the draft. And then that does allow the board to make a decision whether you would like to keep all, change any of it, or remove any of it and house it elsewhere. So it does provide flexibility. And depending on the position of the board after public comment and hearing, that may or may not allow us more time. So it provides some options there.
And by the way, given all the work that you've done, your suggestions are well rounded in allowing us to be long-term more flexible. But having just received this proposal this morning, I just want to make sure we have it as broad as possible, and then we have more opportunity to absorb work. So I hope you understand that.
If I may, Madam
Please,
Chair.
thank you.
Yes, by all means. My job is to try to execute the will of the board and provide options the best way we can while being mindful of our time and capacity. And whatever the board ultimately chooses, that's up to the board. It's not up to me.
And if I can, and I'm sorry, but if I can, we're going to be starting another round of regulatory writing with red tape removal. So again, I don't know if that necessarily, you know what I mean? I don't know if there, or if we could do something side by side, if there's any problem, but it seems like putting it here, making your life hell for the next, but it's going to be hell anyway. So, it's not getting any better. So we know that. So anyway, I applaud you for thinking out of the box and doing the extra research to give us these other options. I just think that, you know, we've had notice since last July. We took Commissioner Roy took the advice of DGC Baker. Unfortunately, is not available today. And I think that we should go with his advice. And again, if we don't have him here to ask questions, I think that we should go with the advice that he provided. And again, it's 1 hour, 15 minutes and 45 seconds. So if anybody wants to take a look at that conversation, you can see what he provided for legal advice back in July. So I think, so again, so what else do we need to do in terms of going through the red line? How do you want us to approach this?
What I would suggest, Madam Chair, is if you would like to adopt Commissioner Roy's proposed amendments, that you garner whether there's consensus on the proposed amendment that is within our page guide, then legal can take that and implement that into the reg package and keep this in scope for some options for the board.
And then,
So garnering consensus, and then, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
no, but I'm just saying, and then we have an opportunity to make it perfect or.
Yes. And what we can do once there is consensus, because we've garnered consensus on all of the other amendments for this package for today's purposes, we do have motion language for the board to take a vote on this package to go to the secretary.
So,
And to Commissioner Benedon's point, we can always narrow it.
Right.
It would be, if the board sees that's the direction we want to go in.
so we do not need to take a vote. We can take a consensus because this is what we
No,
did.
we need a vote.
We do need a vote. Okay, fine.
Yes.
All right. Okay. I beg your pardon. I thought, because there were things as we were going through the deliberation and we were gaining consensus, but you're saying not consensus. We're saying.
I would say if there is consensus, I would say, Madam Chair, if you could just garner poll if there's consensus on this proposed amendment package, then we can move to the motion language for the vote.
Okay, I assume that you have consensus.
I do, yeah, thank
I
you.
support your proposed language. Commissioner Stebbins, are you comfortable with this as drafted?
With Commissioner Stebbins' suggestions, I have.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, if there's time to incorporate those, I think this is a good starting place. I do want us to have the conversation. I appreciate what pages Bruno pulled together. Do you want to? It's good to. Simple point. It's great to have stuff baked into the regulations. Sometimes I'm on hands on this, especially as we move quickly. So let's be open to thinking about incorporating a lot of the details to eventually,
Yes.
whether we call them SOPs or protocols or whatever, it's kind of an outcome of this. But you've got my points. We're trying to put something out there as quickly as possible, and we do have time to make changes, to reconsider some things, as long as that magic word there in the scope is, we kind of go through
If
the
I may,
process.
not to cut you off, Commissioner Benedon. With the protocol, we have a testing protocol hasn't been updated since 2021. It's very stale. And we seem to be, whatever reason, more nimble in regulation than we are with our protocols. So that testing protocol is outdated and stale, and it's for 2021. So if history serves as an example.
No, if I might.
Please, thank you.
Completely appreciate that point. It's, we can move protocol changes, and again, we have some that are stale, but we can move protocol changes quicker than the time requirements that we have to go through for full reg change. So just
Okay. Commissioner Benedon, are you comfortable with directing the staff to adopt the language as suggested by Commissioner Roy and the language as suggested by Commissioner Stebbins?
I am, with the understanding that we will have the opportunity to further
Yeah.
discuss the approach. I certainly agree with Commissioner Roy. I think this is something that is important. It needs to happen. And so we can further consider which of the two approaches gives us the maximum flexibility while also ensuring that it actually is likely to be implemented.
Commissioner Roy?
Attorney Bruno, thank you for everything. And you suggested there be a lot of meetings. And I said, I will help you every step of the way. The chair, would you help me help her? Would you join me, like, if she needs help?
I will officially appoint a committee, subcommittee of two, working group, whatever it is that doesn't require us to be in violation of open meeting law, but you're going to be there, so we won't. So anyway,
Thank you.
so anyway, if those two commissioners can be a subcommittee of two to provide this drafting.
So whatever you need, Erica.
Yeah.
I don't know if we want a subcommittee. But I think Commissioner Roy will take the lead and I will.
I'll lead. All right, so I just noted you won't let us violate open meeting law. So anyway, I know that. So whatever the terminology is, you two gals will get it done. So I'm happy. So, all right. So with that, I think you have the direction. I thank you for that. And yeah, so we will take a motion. So could you please?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
So I will read the motion language for a vote. So a motion to approve the draft regulations at 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501, including all amendments related to delivery exclusivity, social consumption exclusivity, and the secret shopper program resulting from commissioner deliberations for submission to the Secretary of the Commonwealth for public comment and hearing. Further, to authorize the commission staff and the legal department to make any ministerial edits necessary consistent with commission deliberations and votes, the commission's governing laws, and the Secretary of the Commonwealth's requirements, and to take any additional steps necessary to file the draft regulations with the Secretary of the Commonwealth.
Commissioner Roy, will you make that motion?
So
Commissioner Benedon, will you second that motion?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. Again, thank you. Thank you to the legal team. Thank you, General Counsel. We appreciate that very much. And so there is, as far as I know, no new business anticipated at time of posting. And our next meeting date is tomorrow at 10 a.m. We will be meeting. So I will now entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Stebbins,
So moved.
do I hear a second? Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. See you tomorrow at 10.
Thank you, everybody. I deserve it.
Difference.
It's very efficient. That's awesome.
Ms. Brown?